In the next couple of hours, we are going to build a full stack product store. And by building this project, you will learn how to build an API with Node.js Express, Postgres, Drizzle ORM, and TypeScript. You will also learn how to build a nice looking frontend application with React, Tailwind, DaisyUI, and TanStack query. Overall, this is going to be a complete course for you to practice and learn these technologies by building a real project. And as usual, at the end of the course, we are going to deploy it so that you can have that live link on your resume. Before we jump into coding, let me give you a quick demo of the end result. So here is the end result. This is what we're going to build in this course, and we are going to deploy it at the end to get a live link. So this is a product store where users can log in and create products, and other users can visit that detail page and add comments if they wanted to. But to be able to add a comment, first off, you have to sign in. And if you don't have an account, you can sign up with this model. So we have a bunch of different options like Google, GitHub, Facebook, and even email and password combination. Before I sign in, here I will go ahead and show you guys the themes. So we have around 30 different themes, right? In this case, 4 is selected, but if you wanted to, you can select any of them, right? They all work, right? And if you refresh the page, it is going to remember your choice because we are storing this in local storage. In my case, I'll be using Forest. So if you are not logged in, you cannot add comments, you cannot edit the products, and you cannot delete them. But once you log in, let's go ahead and do so. I'll use my Google account. Okay, so once you are logged in, if you are the owner of the product, in this case I am, so this is my account and this is created by me, I can edit it or I can delete it, right? So I'm not going to delete for now, but I can edit that. So here I will say Logitech keyboard, let's say 1, 2, 3. Save the changes. As you can tell, it is getting updated in the database. And let's bring this back. If you wanted to, you can update the image URL or the description. They all will work. Now let's add a comment. Let's say test 1, 2, 3. Okay, comment has been added. If you are the creator, again, you can delete the comment. Let's even try to delete the product. Okay, as you can tell, the keyboard has been removed. Now we can create one by going here. Let's say something like AirPods test. And let's get an image URL. I will use Unsplash. So I will search for AirPods and let's say copy the image address, paste this in, and let's say test description. Okay, as you can tell, it has just been created and UI has been updated. And the UI is completely responsive, so let's take a look at it. We can go from the large screen to the medium. As you can tell, we have 2 products at a time, and in smaller screens, it would have only 1 product at a time, right? And we can also log out by clicking to this button, or we can manage our account. So in this case, let's just say sign out. Okay, now we can see that we have the sign in and sign up buttons. And here is the code base. So this is the end result. Once again, we have a backend folder and frontend folder. This is where we have our React application. The code base looks very clean. We have some components, pages, we have custom hooks, we have some configurations under the lib folder, and we have the same thing under the backend. Here we are using TypeScript, so you're going to learn about tsconfig file, you're going to learn about Drizzle, right? You're going to learn how to create the types, controllers, DB, how to create a schema, how to create relations, so on and so forth. So that's the entire project. I know it's not the most advanced one, but it's going to teach you so many things as a beginner. So from the API part to all the way up to the front end and deployment. And everything that we use in this course is completely free to get started with, so you don't need to pay anything to be able to follow along. Even the source code is free on GitHub, and you can find the link in the description. Thanks for watching, and let's get started. Alright, so as usual, we are gonna start with an empty folder. So in my case, I have created a folder in my desktop, called this as Productify. You can call this anything that you wish. Just go ahead and open this up in VS Code, okay? Now we are gonna need 2 different folders, one for the backend and the other one for the front end. Okay, now let's try to initialize them. Under the front end, we are going to create a React application. So let's open up our terminal with Control J or Command J, okay? So you can toggle the state with that shortcut. And then if you want to toggle the sidebar, you can use Command B or Control B. So here I'll say cd into the front end folder, and then I'll say something like npm create vite at latest, and I'll put a dot at the end, which means initialize it under the current folder, and it is front end. So we're gonna select React, and I'll go with JavaScript. Now, if you wanted to, you can go with TypeScript, but in this case, I will keep the front end simple and go with JavaScript. And then just press enter twice. So it is going to install the packages and then start the application. So we have all the files and folders. We just got the node modules, and let's control click to it. That's the React application that we have. Now we can kill this because for a bit while we are not going to be working with the front end, okay? So we're going to build our entire API under the backend folder. Once we are done with it, then we will go ahead and build the UI, okay? So now let's open up our terminal again. This time we're going to go under the backend. And now before we install the packages, let me walk you through the, let's say, the tech stack that we're going to be using in this tutorial. So you can find these diagrams in the description. It's going to be free. And here is the tech stack of this tutorial. So we're going to be using the PERN stack, where P stands for Postgres, Express, then we have React, and then Node. Now let's try to go over them, what they are, pretty quickly. Probably you already know all of them, but just in case, let's try to take a look at them. So database, to put it simply, is just a place where we store our data, right? Let's just keep it simple and move forward. And then Express is going to be the web framework. Now you might be asking, what does that mean? Well, a web framework is a ready-to-use toolbox for building web applications faster and more easily. So if you're asking like, why would I use a web framework? Well, the answer is simple. You would save a ton of time. It's going to make your code cleaner and more organized. And then it's going to handle common tasks like routing, error handling, middleware, you name it, they have it all, okay? So for that reason, we're going to be using Express, which is one of the best web frameworks. Okay, now let's try to just scroll to the bottom. Then Node.js is the JavaScript runtime, which basically means that we will be able to run JavaScript on the server side. If you think about it, we can run JavaScript on the browser, right? But how do we run it on the server side? Well, that's going to be possible thanks to JavaScript. Or, sorry, Node.js, not the JavaScript. And then for the front-end library, we're going to be using React. Okay, so you can get these diagrams from the link in the description. It's completely free. Then the beauty of this tech stack is that just knowing JavaScript, we can build a front end and a backend. Now, to be honest, and a bit more specific, under the backend, we are going to be using TypeScript, but it is almost the same as JavaScript, right? It just has the types. And one quick note, in development, you would like to use TypeScript, right? This is not for production. This is not for your users. It is only for the developer, right? It's for you as the programmer, because it's going to allow you to get rid of all kinds of type errors while you're building the application, okay? So TypeScript is for you as the programmer, not for your users. Okay, so with this in mind, I think we can jump into the VS Code. And here, one more thing, if you are wondering about the differences between a SQL database and NoSQL database, you can take a look at this quick diagram. Basically, a SQL database is something like Postgres or MySQL, and then NoSQL would be something like MongoDB or Cassandra. Okay, it's very simple to understand. I'm just not going to read it, but you can pause the video and take a look at the differences. In our case, we are going to be using Postgres. Okay, now let's jump into the VS Code, and we're going to install a couple of different packages. Now, normally I would say under the backend, I would do something like npm install, and then I would say express. And of course, just before that, we need to say something like npm init-y, which is going to give us a package JSON file, okay? So this is always the very first step, npm init-y. And then let's clear this up by just saying clear. Then, okay, I will kill the left-hand side. I would say npm install or npm I express. So this is going to get a version, right? And this is going to be the latest version, which is this one at the time that I am recording this video. But now, probably you're gonna watch this video in the future, right? So I'd like to give you the specific versions that I'm gonna be using so that if you're watching this video in the future, it should still work out. I am going to leave the script in the description of this video and I will paste this in. Okay, go ahead and find it in the description, copy it and then paste it. Here's what we are doing. We are installing the Express with this specific version, then the course.env, Drizzle ORM, PG and Clerk. So they all have the versions. That's why you would like to copy and paste. Then let's try to run them. Now it is trying to install it. If there are some packages that you don't really know, don't worry, I'll try to explain every single one of them as we use, but to go over it pretty quickly, Express is the web framework as we talked about it. Course package will allow us to get rid of the course errors, and then .env is the package where we can read our environment variables. The Drizzle ORM is going to allow us to, communicate with our database and create our schema. Same with the PG package, which stands for Postgres, right? That's the driver. And then Clerk for the authentication. Okay, we'll get into the details later in the video. Now let's try to clear this up. And here you can see we got all these packages under the dependencies with the related versions. Now we also want to set up TypeScript on development. So again, you can find the, let's say, the script under the description of this video. I'll go ahead, copy it and paste it. Okay, so this is what I have. Just paste it and run it. We are installing TypeScript and TS Node. They are needed to be able to set up TypeScript. Then we have Nodemon. As you know, it's going to reload the server whenever we have some changes. These are all needed in development. That's why we put -d. And then we have, Drizzle kit package, as you can tell. And then some types that is needed for TypeScript to see the types, right? Okay, so that's it. Now let's try to clear this up. And we would like to create our folder. Let's say source. And then I will have index.ts file. Okay, so later in the video, we're gonna need some folders like routes. Let's try to copy it and paste it once again. We're gonna have controllers. I'll copy this, paste this in. We're gonna have something like db. Then I think we can have something like config. Okay, so later in the video, we're gonna fill them in. For now, they are empty. That's completely fine. Now let's see how we can run some TypeScript code, right? So here, let's just try to say something like console.log. First, I'll say, hey, from index.ts file. And then we can go below, we can say const number1. Let's say it's equal to, I don't know, like, let's say 5. And let's give the type. I'll say this is going to be type of number, right? Now, if you try to put string 5, it's going to warn you, right? That's the beauty of TypeScript. This is only for you as the programmer. You're going to see the type errors while you are building the application. Okay, let's just say 5 as the number, and let's put the number 2. Let's say it's going to be 10. Save this file, and let's say console log, num1 plus num2, which should be equal to 15. But now, how do we run this file? So we can go under the package.json and create a script. For now, I'll just say dev. And let's try to delete this part. It could be ts-node. We're going to be using this package. So we installed it. And then we'll say run the index file that is under the source folder, right? Let's save, open up our terminal. And then I'll say I am under the backend. I'll say npm run dev. Let's run this. Okay, so here it says unknown file extension called TypeScript. Now that's true because by default Node.js doesn't really understand TypeScript, right? So we need to go ahead and set this up with a tsconfig file. So I will say tsconfig.json. You can find this file from the source code. Again, I will link I will put the link in the description. Go ahead, find this file and copy the content, then paste this in. It is around 15 lines of code and I will walk you through it step by step. So here we have some compiler options, then include and exclude keys. So first off, here we say, this is our root directory, which is source, and this is where your source code files are, right? Then the out directory, which is going to be this is where compile.js goes. We're going to see it. Then some configurations, you can take a look at the comments, but it's not really that important because most of the times you will be copying this file from internet or from AI and then paste it to your code base. Just understand what they do, but you don't have to know all the details, right? Then here we have include every single TypeScript file to compile, and then we'll say exclude the node modules folder. Okay, now with this, I think our terminal should work. I will clear this up and I'll say npm run dev. Here we can see now we are able to run the TypeScript file, right? We say number 1 plus 2, number 1 and number 2, which is equal to 15. And now what's up with the what's up with the out directory, right? So let's try to put a build command, which is something that we're gonna do before we deploy our application. So we are gonna say TypeScript compiler, okay, TSC, save it. And if you say npm run build, now don't run it, just wait. Let's say npm run build. So this is going to see the TypeScript compiler, right? And it'll say, hey, let me take a look at the tsconfig file so that I can know about the compiler options, and then I know your out directory, which is called dist. So let's try to run it. It should create a dist folder where we can have the index.js. So we have written TypeScript, right? So this is TypeScript, and it's going to compile this to JavaScript. Now here you can see we don't have this part called number because JavaScript doesn't have d types, and this is what you would need in production. So I hope everything makes sense so far. So yeah, that's the TypeScript setup. Now on top of this, I'd like to set up NodeMon as well, so that every time we have some changes, we don't really need to reload our terminal, right? So for this, I will go under the backend. I will say nodemon.json file. Again, you can get the content from the GitHub repository. It is like 5 lines of code. I will copy it and then paste it. So we are listening for the source folder. Whenever there are some changes, NodeMon is going to rerun our server, right? It's going to ignore the test files. Here are the extensions that we care, and then it's going to execute this script. So this is the script that we have under the package JSON, which is this part. So we're going to delete that and we'll just say NodeMon should handle it. Now we'll open up our terminal. Let me close everything and clear this up. I'll say npm run dev. Okay, so I'm going to run this. Here we can see it's going to say, hey NodeMon, you should do your magic. It'll say, okay, let me see the NodeMon file so that I can run this execute command. And then it's going to run our index.ts file. If you have some changes, like let's say 1, 2, 3, once you save it, it's going to restart the server because we have some changes. And we can see it immediately right here. Alright, so I hope everything makes sense so far. There isn't anything really complicated, but I still try to, explain in super detail so that no one is lost in this tutorial. Okay, now we can go ahead and delete everything in this index.ts file, but instead have an actual server, right? I'll say import express from our beautiful express package. Then we are going to get an app instance. So we'll say call the express method. Then we can listen on a port like 3000, and then I will say something like console log, let's say server is up and running on port, let's say, and then we're gonna put the 3000. And then let's try to add an endpoint like app.get. If user visits the root route, we're gonna get request response, and then we can say something like res.json. I don't know, something like success of true. Now let's save and try to run this file. Okay, it's already running actually. Let's try to visit localhost 3000. Okay, so here we can see success is equal to true. We got the response. Now in your case, if this is not looking this beautiful, that's probably you don't have this extension, which is completely free. You can get it from the, Chrome extensions. That's what I have. That's why it looks this beautiful. Now let's go into the VS Code and try to actually update the response. So here I will delete this. That's very simple. Here I will put something like, message is welcome to Productify API. It is powered by Postgres, Drizzle ORM, and Clerk. And here are our endpoints, right? We're gonna have one for the users, products, and then for the comments. And let's try to test this out. I will try to refresh, and that's the end result that we just got. Now I would like to add some environment variables. Let's go ahead and create the .env file. I will get my port. Let's say it'll be 3000. We're gonna have database URL. Let's say it'll be something like test for now. We're gonna be getting it actually from Neon, and then we will have, I don't know, let's say Node.env. This could be equal to development. And this is one of the environment variables that you would have, as like development, testing, or production. In our case, we are still developing this application, right? So that's going to be equal to development. Later in the video, once we deploy our application, we are going to set this up to production, right? So just keep that in mind. When I first get started with programming, I was like very confused. What does that mean? Well, we are just in the development environment, right? Okay, I think we will have some more environment variables later in the video, but for now we can go ahead and leave it as it is. And under the config, I will set this up. So I will say env.js, and then we're going to import the .env package. So let's say from .env package, then we can say .env.config. So this is a method that you need to call. Now we can do it either in this way, or let me show you the other alternative, which is import immediately .env/config. So this and this is pretty much the same thing. However, this allows you to add some configurations, right? Because you can go under this method, you can add different options. So I will leave it in this way, but just remember that one as well. Okay, now we will have a variable, let's say env, that is equal to an object. We're going to have key value pairs. So we'll say port, which is going to be coming from process.env, and then we're going to say port. So if you had something like port 123, or let's say my port, then you should say something like my port, right? They should match because you're getting this value from right here. In this case, I will leave it as port. Then we will have a db URL. I will duplicate this. Oops, let's say update it as db URL. Then we can have node.env. I think like I'm too lazy to type out, but let's do it. This should be node.env. Okay, so we just set this up. Now we can go under the index.ts. Instead of using this as 3000, we could say something like, from env object. Let's try to import it. I'll say env.port, and we need to get that object from, I think we'll just go under the config and get the env file. Is it in the correct place? Config env. Okay, for some reason it cannot see it. Okay, that should be TypeScript, not JavaScript. Let's say TS. And now this should be happy with us. I will delete this line and bring this back. Okay, I'll say env.port, and here instead of 3000, we will say it should be coming from here, env.port, and as you can tell, it is already type safe. So let's save and take a look at the terminal. It is working as expected. Now here we also have some kind of an information message that says you have 3 different environment variables. If you wanted to remove it from here, you can go under the env file and you can say something like quite should be equal to true. By default it is false. Once you save, now you're not gonna get that information, like informational message. Okay, so that's it for the complete setup. While we are here, let's just try to get our other environment variables. So the first one is going to be the database URL. For this, we are going to be using Neon, and you can find the link in the description. It's completely free to get started with. So I will go ahead and try to log in. So here is their home screen. Basically, it is the serverless Postgres, which means you only pay for what you use. But don't worry, it is completely free to get started with. So you can get up to 100 projects for literally $0. And this is what we're going to be using. And they have like really cool features like branching, where you can test out in different environments, so on and so forth. You can take a look at it in more detail. And I think we'll just see it. Let's say try to log in with our GitHub account, and then we're going to create a project. Okay, so I just logged in, and here you can see I have a bunch of different projects. Just go ahead, please ignore them. We will try to create a new project, all right? So here for the name, I'll say Productify. I will leave everything as it is. If you wanted to, you can update the region, but that's not really important. But let me just get the one that is closest to me. I think it should be Singapore in this case. Let's say create. And then we're gonna get our connection string. Okay, let's say just a .env, go right here, copy the entire value. So I will copy this. This is my database URL. By using this, we should be able to connect to our database. So I will say db URL, and here is the value. I will save this file, and later in the video, we are going to be using this to be able to connect to our Postgres database. All right. And one more thing, for the Clerk authentication, we are going to need two different environment variables that is called Clerk publishable key, as well as the Clerk secret key. And again, you can find the link in the description. This is what we're going to be using. Let's try to visit that. And they have a quick start for Express. So basically, by using Clerk, we will be able to get these kind of beautiful components without writing any code. And it is going to be 100% secure. So we have sign in, sign up components. We have user button that look like this. We have user profile and even waitlist. Okay, so I'll just try to visit my dashboard and then create a project. Okay, so once again, I have a bunch of different projects. If you don't have any, that's completely fine. You would just say create an application and then give it a name, like let's say Productify. Okay, I think that's correct, right? Do I have a typo? Productify. All right. So for the sign-in options, I will leave the email, let's say Google, maybe Facebook, and even GitHub. So this is going to be the end result that our users are going to see in the sign-in screen. And for the sign-up screen, they're going to see this one, right? So they have like first name, last name, which is optional. And then they have email and password. So this is the end result, by the way. Now let's try to say something like create the application. Then they have a bunch of different SDKs, right? So like for Next.js, React, all the way up to the Expo. In this case, I will select Express. We already installed the package, right? We will just get the .env file. So I will copy this completely and go right here, delete them, and paste this in. So we got Clerk publishable key and then the secret key. Later in the video, we are going to be needing them so that we can implement authentication securely on the server side. And now let's take a look at the documentation once again. Here they say install.env, which is something that we have already done. And then it says get the Clerk middleware and use it. So we are going to import this line, and then we will go right here under the VS Code. I'll just get the import, and then right after the app initialization, we can say app.use, and then pass the Clerk middleware and then call the method. So this is exactly what they are doing. Here we can see, and you can hover over this to understand what this does. Let me just scroll to the bottom. Wait, it should have like a description. So for some reason I couldn't find it. Normally it would have a description here, but let's take a look at the documentation. Here it says the Clerk middleware function checks the requests, cookies, and headers for a session JWT. And if it is like found, it is going to attach it under the request object. So what does that mean? If user is authenticated, you should be able to do something like, request.auth and, get the user. So under the request object, it's going to add the auth, okay? So I will leave it as a comment. I'll say both objects will be, let's say, attached to the request object. So that's the Clerk middleware. Now let's try to put our most fundamental middlewares as well. So we're gonna have the express.json and then express URL encoded. I'll say extended to be equal to true. So as you already know, it's going to parse the JSON in the request, right? So you should be able to say something like request.body and then destructure the values. Let's say user will send you a product description, right? Let me show you pretty quickly. So they will have, let's say, the create screen, which is this one. They're going to send you a title, image URL, as well as the description. Once they click this button, you will be able to grab them from here, right? You'll say title, description and image URL. And this is thanks to, this environment, not environment variable, but the middleware. Okay, so these are all the middlewares that we would need. Now, just before we end the section, I'd like to also go over the course, and I have like some slides. Let me walk you through it. So we are going to use the course package, but what does that mean? So this stands for cross-origin resource sharing, and this is a browser security rule, as you already know. But just in case if you don't know, I'll try to walk you through it with an example. So when a website tries to get data from another website, like your frontend calling an API on a different domain, the browser might block it for security reasons. And like this is definitely gonna happen. Browser is going to block it for security reasons. And here's an example. Let's say you have a frontend at this URL, localhost 3000, and then you have an API right here. If your frontend make a request like this to fetch some data, the browser is going to say, okay, you're coming from localhost and you're trying to access this website. That's a different origin, right? That's a different domain. I need to make sure that the API allows it, okay? And to be able to allow it, we need to go under our API, under our backend, import the course package. So I will say import course from the course package. Then we can say something like, app.use, call the course method. But now this is going to allow everyone to send a request, but we only want to accept from our frontend, right? So here I will say origin. Let's say our frontend is going to be localhost, and let me put the HTTP. It's going to be, let's say, localhost 5173, right? We only allow this origin to send requests to our backend. And if we wanted to follow the best practices, we can cut it from here and say something like frontend URL as an environment variable. So I'll say frontend URL, and we would like to create it under the env file, which is going to be, let's say, first let's just create it here. I'll say frontend URL, paste this in. We can delete the, how do we call them? The quotes. And then we'll go right here. Let me just say, copy this name. Frontend URL is equal to process.env.frontend URL. Okay. So whenever you add something here in this file, you would like to copy the key and then paste it right here. And I'll actually do the same thing for this one. Say Clerk publishable key, and then the secret key. Okay. Now we can go right here and use that frontend URL. Now we can save this file, and if you delete it, you're going to see that it is actually type safe. Okay, so with this, I do really hope that it wasn't really confusing. I know this section has been around, I don't know, maybe 20-30 minutes, but we have done a couple of different things. Let me pretty quickly walk you through it. First, I'll open up my terminal to see if I have any errors or not. Looks like we don't. That's nice. Okay, now let me just try to walk you through what we have done in this section. We have built a React application with Vite, but we haven't done anything here yet because first we are focusing on the backend part. Okay, so here we set up TypeScript with this file. We got some packages, right? Some dev dependencies and some for the production. Then we set up Node.js, and we just talked about this file a couple of minutes ago. it'll basically watch our source folder. Whenever we have some changes, it's going to restart the development server, right? And it's going to run this command. Then it's going to ignore the test files, and it's going to listen for these extensions. Then we have set up our files and folders. Most of them are empty, but we are going to be building them. We set up the env file, which is our environment variables, and we are using .env for this. And then in the index.ts file, we have some middlewares, one endpoint, and we are listening on this port. Okay, so I hope everything makes sense so far. Let's just try to commit our changes before we end this section. So from here on out, at the end of every single section, we are going to create a new branch and send a pull request. But for the very first time, we're going to just deploy it to the master branch. Okay, so close everything, go under the GitHub and create a new repository. Okay, so here for the name, I'll say something like Productify. Now, initially, I'm going to make this to be private, but once I publish this video, it's going to be public. If you wanted to, you can go with public from the start, but as I said, I will go with private until I publish this video. Let's say I create the repository, and then here I will copy the second command because it says push an existing repository from the command line. So first off, I'll go here, open up my terminal. Let's try to kill this and then go under the root. So not under the backend, not under the front end, under the root. Okay, so we are here. We'll say git init. Run this. This is going to initialize an empty git repository. We have more than 6k changes. So here we'll create a .git ignore file, and we would like to ignore the node modules. Now, before you save this, if you take a look at it, they are included, right? Once you save, this should be grayed out, and we have very less changes now. We can add the .env file. We don't really want to push this file to GitHub, right? Because we have our secrets. And then I think we can add the dist folder as well. And this should be good to go. And just one more file, which is going to be, I think, ds_store. This is one of the files that you have in Mac. I don't even know what this does, but I'm just going to ignore it, okay? So this is a typical git ignore file. A better one would be like this, where we have under the frontend folder. And here you can see we have ds_store as well. Okay. So I think this looks good enough. I'll try to go right here. Let's shrink this. I'm going to say stage everything, right? Stage all the changes, and then we can add a commit. Here, do we have all of them? Okay, so just make sure that you staged everything. Okay, so let's say for the commit message, I'm going to say something like maybe initial commit. Let's commit this. Before we say publish the branch, I will open up the terminal and we can actually copy this part. So we have an existing repository, right? We just initialized it, but now we would like to push this to our GitHub account. Okay, so looks like it's done. If you refresh now, you should be able to see the code base that we just generated. So under the backend, we have source. Now, since these folders are empty, right? So we have like controllers, DB, and routes. Since they are empty, they have not been pushed. But once you have some files and folders, you're going to see them here as well. I mean, like if you have some files within them, they would be here as well. And then we have our front-end application as well. All right, so that was the first section. Now, just before we end it, from here on out, we are going to be creating new branches. Okay, so let me press Command-Shift-MP. I will toggle the status bar visibility. Okay, so we are under the master branch. And from here on out, in every next section, we are going to create a new branch and then create some pull requests. And then we're going to get some code suggestions from a tool called CodeRabbit. I will leave the link in the description. You can sign up for completely free and it's going to check our code base. Okay, so let me like open this up. it's going to check our code base. It's going to tell us if we have any major potential issues, like if we are following the best practices or not. And this is such a beautiful tool for beginners. Like, you can learn all the best practices that you should know. Let's say here you have some kind of security issue, right? And how are you going to learn about it by yourself? Well, you will not, right? But if you create a pull request and then let CodeRabbit to analyze it, it's going to tell you, hey, you are missing something here, just go ahead and fix it. It's going to give you the code, the logic behind it, why it is in that way. So from here on out, we are going to be using it. You can get the link in the description. It's completely free to get started with. So you would like to log in with your GitHub account. Then you would be in the dashboard. Just go ahead and give access to your repositories. This is what I have done so that they can also, watch my repositories whenever I create a pull request. Here we can see this is my original GitHub account, so it is completely secure. Don't worry at all. This is what I have done as well. Okay, so with this, I think I can see you in the next section. Until then, just take a look at the code base, try to understand what we have done, and then we should be good to go. So I'll see you in the next section. Alright, so this is where we left. Now in this section, we would like to set up our database schema. Now what does that mean? We are going to have our tables, right? And we can define them under the schema file. Now in our schema, we're going to have 3 different entities, right? We're going to have users, we're going to have products, and we are going to have comments in our database. Currently, we don't really have anything. So let's try to visit our Neon account, select our project, and under the tables, we're going to see that we don't really have anything, right? We would like to create those fields and tables. And to be able to make that work, we are going to be using Drizzle, and we already installed it, right? So it is a very good ORM, and let's see how we can have it in action, in code, right? So under the source, we have a folder called db. So within this, I will create a file called schema.ts. And then we're going to have a file called index.ts. So this is where we will do the connection, and this is where we will define our schema. And let's get started with this one. So first off, from the Drizzle ORM, from PG core, we're going to get these fields, and you're going to see how to use them. Then I will also get the relations. Let me kill the AI. I'll go here, Command Shift P, toggle the status bar, and let's just kill this for like 20 minutes. Okay, so we're going to have some relations, right? If there is a comment, that means it has been posted by a user, right? So here in this case, this product has a comment, and the owner of it is this user, right? So we will have a couple of different connections or relations. So that's why we import this. So first off, let's get started with the users table. So I will say export const users, and then we'll say Postgres table, call this, and the name of the table, as you can tell, I will call it as users, and then we're gonna pass our fields. So the first field is going to be the ID. And by saying field, I mean column. So we are going to say ID, and let's say text of ID, it's going to be the primary key, right? Okay, so that's pretty basic, very easy to understand. Then every single user will have an email field. Let's say text, again, it's going to be email. Then we will say it cannot be null. So we'll say not null, and we'll say it has to be unique because it's an email. Now, just before we move forward by adding the other fields, I'd like to let you know that everything that you see here is actually coming from the documentation, right? So I don't really memorize them or know them by heart, right? If you maybe delete them and ask me to do it 2-3 days later, maybe I would get stuck, right? And that's completely fine. You don't really need to memorize the syntax. This is nothing else than just Drizzle syntax, right? All you have to know is which fields that you need, and then the rest is syntax. And you can grab this from the documentation. Just search for Drizzle schema, and then you're going to see an example, right? They have, a little bit different fields, and this is, what we have, but just know them, everything is coming from the documentation. And the beauty of using an ORM is that instead of writing raw SQL code, something like create table, users and add the fields, you would just have it as JavaScript code, right? So that's the beauty of an ORM. It'll take this code and under the hood, it'll convert it to be actual SQL code so that, it is working with Postgres. So yeah, we got to the point. Just know that everything you see here is coming from the documentation. In a couple of minutes, we're going to use relations. And again, it'll be coming from the docs, okay? I hope that makes sense. Now let's go right here. Then every single user will have a name. I will say text. It is just going to be name. It could be optional, so I'm not going to say something like not null. Then here I will say the image URL. Let's say the field will be text and this is going to be image underscore URL. Now this is what you're going to see in the database and this is how you can access it in your code. Okay, so maybe I can add a comment like key is what you will have. Instead of adding a comment, I think we'll see in action. Just know that key is what we're going to have in our code, and this is what we're going to have in the database. If that doesn't make sense, it'll do, I promise. Now, the other field we are going to have is going to be the created at field. It is going to be a timestamp. Here is the key, okay, the column name that we will have in the database. Mode should be date, not null, and default now. Let's do the exact same thing for updated at. Now again, this is coming from the documentation, just know that, okay? So you don't have to memorize it at all. So that's the users table. Now we would like to have the products table as well. Here I will say export const products. Let's say Postgres table. Let's give the name products, then our columns. Now every single product is going to have an ID field, just like what we have done here. But this will be a little bit different. So instead of using text, we are using UUID, and this is going to be generated randomly. Okay. Now because here we are using text because here we will be using the Clerk ID as the user ID. Okay. So that's the difference. This will be generated automatically by database, but here we will set this up within our code base. Okay. So that's the difference. And then every single product is going to have a title. So I'll just say it cannot be null. Same for the description. Here I will just copy and paste line by line. You can pause the video and type this in or grab the entire file from source code if you don't want to type this out, okay? So find the source code, go under the backend, source, and find the schema file. Then just paste it as I do. Then every single product should have an image. Again, it's going to be not null. Then every single product should have a user ID field, right? Because if you create a product, you are the owner, right? And let's see this from the example. So under the create screen, you are logged in as this user and you will create a product. So that means you are the owner, right? A product could have only one author, only one owner. And we're going to add this field now. Let me copy and paste and I will walk you through it. So we say user ID, here is the column name. It cannot be null and it's going to have a reference, right? So it's going to reference to the ID field under the users table. And then we say on delete, it should call like on delete, it is cascade. Now, what does that mean? Let's say if you delete your user account, it's going to delete all the products of that user, right? So let me give you an example. Let's say you create an account as John and you created 3 products. And then let's say 1 month later, you decided to delete your account, right? But you had 3 products in the database. So automatically our database is going to delete these 3 products, okay? So they will be deleted. And this is possible thanks to Cascade. I hope that makes sense. Very easy to understand, but that was a nice example. I hope so, right? Then I think I will add the created at and updated at, just like what we have here. I'll just copy them and paste them in. Okay, so by using these fields, we can show something like this product created at, and then put the date, whatever that is, right? Something like 20 August, 2025, something like that. So that's the products table. Now I will copy this line and let's go at the very bottom. This time we're gonna have the comments table, right? So I will close this off. Let's say this is going to be equal to comments. Now we can add our columns. So now we can add our columns, and every single comment is going to have an ID, just like what we have here. I'm going to paste this in. Then a comment should have a content that's going to be not null. And then let's add the user ID, just like what we have done here, because if there is a comment, it must have a user, right? So in this case, this is the comment and this is the owner. We have to add the relation. So we add the user ID here. Now, again, what do we do here? If the user account is deleted, all the comments will be deleted as well because we add cascade. Okay, then we are gonna have a product ID. I will paste this in. So product ID, and it cannot be null because if there is a comment, that means it is related to a product as well. And if the product has been deleted, we are going to delete the comments as well. Again, that's because of cascade. I hope that makes sense. I'm just trying to highlight it every single time because at the beginning it could be a bit tricky and confusing. And at the very end, I'm going to include the created at. Now we would like to use the relations method and try to add our relations. Just before that, I'm going to add some comments. Let me grab them from my notes. Okay, so relations define how tables connect to each other. This enables Drizzle Query API to automatically join related data when using with, you're gonna see what this does in the incoming sections. Okay, so here I will add a to-do for myself so that I don't forget it. I'll say to-do, explain this later in the video. Okay, so I just add the to-do so that I don't forget to explain this to you guys. And then now let's add our very first relation. Again, I will add a comment. So user relations is going to be in this way. A user can have many products and many comments, right? So we are going to be using the many method. And I would like to copy and paste and walk you through it. It's 3 lines of code. So we have user relations. We call the method and we, let me delete this. So we are going to first pass the users table and a comma, then a method, okay, a callback. So we are going to destructure the many. You can also get the one as well, but in this case we are going to get the many. And here we say products and many products. So this means a user can have many products and a user can have many comments. So I know the syntax might look a little bit weird, but I think it's like very easy to understand. This can get even better, right? Again, it is coming from the documentation. I just want to highlight it once again. You can see that under the relations. For some reason, I cannot visit that. But let's try to see. So if you search for Drizzle ORM relations, under the first option, which says old, but it's completely fine. Like we are using this. Let me just scroll to the bottom. Here you can see we are getting the one or we are getting the many. Let me try to find it. Okay, so this is coming from the documentation. Even though it is marked as old, it is not deprecated. Okay, so it is completely working, so don't worry about it. And you can take a look at the new version. Maybe this is something that you can take a look at once completing the entire course. But I would say don't worry at all. This is like 100% working and it's optimal in our case. So that's the user relations. Now let's try to add the product relations. I will add my comments and then walk you through it. So a product belongs to one user, right? And it can have many comments. So we're gonna use both one and many. Let me grab this. And let's actually do it together one by one so that it doesn't get any confusing. We'll say export const products relations. we're going to call our relations method. We're going to pass the products table, and then here we will run a callback. Within this, we are going to get our one and many relations, and this should return an object. So I'm going to wrap this with the brackets. Now within here, we will say products. Well, actually, my bad, not products. It should be comments. So we're going to say, you know, a product could have multiple comments, right? So we're going to say call the many method and pass the comments. Once again, a product can have many comments. And then we're going to say, but one product can only have one user, right? This is exactly what we have here. We're going to say user, it can only be one. Now this is a bit tricky, so we have to type this in. We're going to say users, which basically means a product can only have one user, and then we need to add the fields. So here I will say open up an object, fields, we're going to say an array, products, the user ID, and I'll explain what that means. Then go here, add a comma, we'll say references to users dot ID. Now, as you know, whenever you have some relations, you would use a primary key and a foreign key, right? Here I will add, I will add this as a comma or as a comment and walk you through it. So this fields, like this one is the foreign key column in this table, which is the products, right? And then the references field is the primary key column in the related table. So this is for the users table and this is for the products table. I hope that makes sense. If not, like this is just something that we add so that the relations work in one way, okay? So here, once again, a product belongs to one user and it can have many comments. I hope that makes sense. If not, please pause the video and try to take a look at it in detail until it can make sense. And here I will add my comment. One product can have one user. And then we'll do a similar thing for the comments. I would like to add my comment. So a comment belongs to one user and one product. So that means we're going to have a similar thing for both the products and for the users. And I would like to copy and paste so that we don't really waste any time. Again, we did the same thing, get the one method, and for the user, here is the similar thing, and here is for the products. So we add the foreign key and then the primary key references. So here I just paused the video and try to update the comments so that maybe it's a bit more easier to understand. So that's the entire schema file. I hope that makes sense so far. We have three different tables. So we have users, products, and comments. Then we have added some relations. Again, I will explain what this does. We have a to-do, but the rest is, I think, simple to understand. We have many and one methods. Maybe this is a bit confusing, but basically it is the foreign key and primary key addition. Okay, now here I'd like to do one more thing where we would like to extract the types. So you're going to see what this does. Let's say export const, sorry, not const, but type user. So we will say users dot, and what did we import? It shouldn't import anything because we are going to use the users object, which is our table. Let me scroll. I will say users dot infer, I will say select, and here this should be type of. Okay, let's just try to see what this does. I know it looks like very confusing. I'll just say type inference. Let's save, and let's say under the index.ts we will have an object, like I'll say const user, and let's say it's going to be an object. Now by default type of this is just empty, right? Here we can add the type. I will say this is going to be a user object, and we can get this type from schema file. Now here it says you can add all these fields, like created at, email, ID, image URL, name, and updated at, right? Now if you hover over this, it says this is a user type. So it makes our code base to be type safe. So I hope that makes sense now. We are going to be using these types later in the video. So that was just an example. Let's try to delete the import. Let's go back to the DB file, sorry, the schema file, and get the other types. So I will duplicate this. We are going to have the new user type. And this time, instead of saying select, this is going to be equal to insert, right? And the difference here is that here we are selecting it. That means we are getting the users that are already in the database. So here you can see we have for the name something like either string or null. But here this could also be undefined, right? We have some optional fields. So if you want to create a new user, you don't have to add all these fields. They are optional. But this is like these two are mandatory. So these are for the users, and let's do this. So that was for the users. Now let's do the same thing for the products and comments. Here we select and here we insert, right? Product, new product, comment, new comment. And we're going to be using these types. So for now, you can just leave it here and we're going to see them in action. So that's the schema file. Now let's go under the index.ts, which is under the DB, and we are going to set this up in a way that we can actually connect to our database. So first off, I'll get my imports. We are importing Drizzle from this package. We are getting pool, which is something that I will explain. Then we are getting everything as schema from this file. So we have a bunch of different exports, right? It's going to import every single one of them as the schema, okay? So you can do something like schema, and then you can say users, comments. You know, here you can see we have all these types. And then we're going to get the environment variable object, which is this one, because we're going to use the database URL. So here, first off, I will say if we don't have the DB URL, I will say DB URL is not set in environment variables, right? And actually, let's try to update this as a database URL. I think this is a bit more clean. I will copy the name, go here, let's say database URL. Then here, this should be database URL as well. Now we don't really have any warnings or errors. So right after this if check, we are going to initialize our Postgres connection pool. Let me paste this in. It is one line of code where we say we will have a pool by calling the new pool class or the method, however you'd like to call it. Then we're going to pass our connection string. So with this, we are able to connect to our database, right? And I'll explain what pool means in a second. Let's just try to follow along. Here I would like to show some kind of like some kind of text on the terminal, right? Here I'll say pool.on. Once we get the connect event, we can say database connected, let's say successfully, right? So this is for us to see a text. Here, let me get an emoji. Okay, so once we connect to our database, we're gonna get this text in our terminal. And let's handle the error case as well. I will say log when we have an error, right? Let me add an emoji as well, something like maybe bomb. Okay. And at the very end, we'll just say export const db, and we'll say call the Drizzle method, which is something that we have imported. And here we'll pass two different things. Our client, which is the pool, and then we're gonna pass our schema. Now, this is the variable that we're going to be using in the future. So whenever we want to create a user or a product, we would say db dot, products, and then we would say something like create, So we are going to be using this db object in the future. And here I would like to explain the pool. I have some comments. Let me paste this in. So you might be asking, what is a connection pool, right? A connection pool is a cache of database connections that are kept open and reused. Now, why do we need it? Because opening and closing connections is slow. So instead of creating a new connection for each request, we are going to be reusing them, right? We will reuse the existing ones. So this will basically have us, it's going to let us to save some time because we don't really want to be slow every single time. We don't really want to create a new connection, right? And databases limit concurrent connections. A pool manages a fixed number of connections and shares them across requests. So I hope that makes sense. By default, this is equal to 10. If you wanted to increment it, you could say maximum and then update the value. Okay, so all in all, this file is going to connect to our database by using our connection string that we have under the .env file, right? We grab this from Neon, and then we're gonna pass our schema. So the very last thing that we need to do is a config file. We will go under the backend, we'll say drizzle.config.ts. So I know it might look like we have done a lot of different things, but not really. We have our schema so that we know which tables and which relations that we have. Then we have our database connection file, and then our drizzle config. So here we will add something like export default. If I can type it correctly, let's say define config. And again, this is going to be coming from documentation. Okay, so don't worry, you don't have to memorize this at all. I will get my imports, which is environment variables, and the define config method. So here we will say our schema is right here, right? So we're gonna put our, location. So I will say under the source, under the db folder, under the schema file. So I will say schema.ts. This is the path, right? Under the source, db and schema.ts file. Then we can say the dialect, like if we are using Postgres, MySQL, SQLite, whatever that is. In our case, we are using PostgreSQL, right? And then the DB credentials. Oops, let me just do Control-C. We'll say DB credentials. It is the URL of, let's say, env.database URL. Now, TypeScript says maybe this is equal to undefined. We'll say, no, don't worry, we always have it. So with this, we are able to now push our changes to our database, okay? So if you take a look at the Neon database under your project, under the tables, let's refresh. We should not have anything because if you think about it, we just created something in our local laptop, right? We didn't push anything to here. How would they know? Well, for this, we can create a script. Okay, so I'll go under the scripts. I'll say something like db push, and we're going to be using Drizzle to be able to push our changes. So here I'll say Drizzle kit, and we'll say push. Again, this is a package that we have installed. As you can tell, it is for the development environment. So I will save. Now let's try to open up our terminal, clear this up, go under the backend, and we'll just say npm run db push. So hopefully this is going to see our environment variables and push our changes to our database. It says it is done successfully. Let's go ahead and refresh this page. As you can tell, we got all of our tables: users, products, and comments. So under the users, we have ID, email, name, image URL, created at, and updated at fields. Now then we have some relations, right? It is going to show the comments that this user have, and then the products. Okay, so here, let me zoom in. I told you that in the past, let's go under the schema file. So I told you that this is the fields that you're going to see under the database, right? Image underscore URL. This is exactly what we have as the column name, right? We don't have it as the camel case. So this is for our code. This is for our code base, for the references, and this is for the database URL. I mean, not URL, but for the database column name. Okay, so I hope this section was clear and not really confusing. If you think about it, we just go step by step, right? We just went and implemented everything one by one. We created our schema, then we created the relations, then we created the index file for the database where we can connect to our database and have a connection object, right? We are going to be using it in the future. And then we have the drizzle config.ts file. Okay, finally, I think we created a script. Now, whenever we have some changes in our database, let's say you would like to now have a table. something like cars, right? Let's say you duplicated this and now you have a cars for some reason, and you would like to push this to your database, right? You would like to see it here. You would open up your terminal and you would say npm run db push. It would update your database. But of course, in our case, we don't want to have it, so I'm going to be deleting that. So with this, let's try to commit our changes, and we are going to end this section. As I said before, you have to have code rabbit so that you can follow along as I do. I will toggle the status bar visibility, and I will create a new branch. So here, let's say something like, I don't know, let's say Drizzle DB Setup. This is the name that I came up with for this section, but you can call it anything that you wish. Let's create the branch. And then we are going to stage all of our changes. So I will click to this button where it says stage all the changes. And let's add a commit message. I will say db schema edit. Or you can say something even like better. Let's try to click to this if AI is going to create something meaningful. Okay, here it says set up Drizzle ORM with PostgreSQL configuration. I think that's a better commit message. So I'll say commit, publish the branch. Now we'll go into our source code and we would like to create a pull request. Okay, here we can see. So leave everything as default and say create the pull request. Now, just before we merge it, I will wait for the code rabbit to give me some suggestions, right? It's going to take a look at my code base, what we have added, right? And then it'll see if we have any security issues or if we have any kind of problem. You name it, anything that is wrong here, it's going to tell us. So as a beginner, it's really important to see what you are missing thanks to code rabbit. Now let's wait for this to be completed. Once it is done, I'll just be right back. So after 3 minutes, it's ready. We got a quick summary by CodeRabbit telling us what we have introduced in this section. So we have introduced the database schema with support for users, products, and comments with relational mappings. Then we have some chores that you can pause the video and read it. This is what we have done. We have a quick walkthrough of the files and their summary. But what we are interested in is mostly the problems. Looks like we only have one problem because we have written such a beautiful code that it can only find one problem that is minor, not really something big. Here it says on updated at. Okay, so it basically says you could make this a lot better by using on update that is coming from Drizzle. So I will copy this entire thing. So we can, I think, copy this. And let's go into VS Code, find our schema file, and instead of this now, we are going to have that one. And if you try to take a look at this, like this is type safe, so it is actually correct code. Okay, so instead of this for the updated at, this is a better version because this would actually use the updated at field instead of just using the default now. Okay, and here is a better description. So here it says currently updated at columns, only use default now, which sets the value on insert but not on update. Okay, so that's the description. Now you don't really want to say merge the pull request because we have a new change. So we will go under this branch. Okay, do not change it. Go right here and stage this change. Again, we can generate a commit message by using AI. Okay, it's just a refactor. Let's say commit, sync this up, and then we'll go into our code base. Now we just had one commit, right, under this branch. Now if you reload, you should have 2 commits. Okay, so that's the beauty of CodeRabbit. Now in this case, it is just a simple fix, but just imagine if we had something security related, it would be able to find it. And we're going to see this in the incoming sections as well. So with this now, I can say, confirm this merge. Okay, so this is done successfully. Now we can go into our code base, switch to the master branch, and then we would like to sync this up. So we will say pull everything from our GitHub account because it is up to date. Okay, so this is the latest version of our code base. And this is kind of like the workflow that you're going to be using when you join to a team, possibly in a company, right? they would give you your own branch. And like in my case, when I first got my first junior job, they created a branch and call it my name. Okay, so every time when I had some commits, I was working on this branch and then sending the pull requests. So now you know how to do that. And in the next sections, we're going to be doing it even more, so you will get the practice. Okay, so with this, I hope you enjoyed this section. Hopefully, I'll see you in the next one. Okay, so in this section, we are going to go under the backend, under the source, and we are going to create some queries. Okay, so let's go under the DB. I will create a file called queries.ts. So within this file, we are going to have all the methods where we can create a product, fetch products, delete them, edit them, and things like creating comments, creating users. Okay, so you get the point. We're going to have queries and mutations where we basically interact with our database. So here I will first import my DB instance from the index file, which is this one. As I told you in the past, we are going to be using this DB object to be able to actually interact with the database. So I'll say import DB, and yeah, we're going to just import it from the dot, which means from the index.ts file. And let's be a little bit more specific. I'll just say index. Okay, then we can say import equal from Drizzle ORM. Okay, so we're gonna get this from that package and you're gonna see how to use it. Then we can get our users from the schema file. Then I will get the, let's say, comments as well as the products. Now I also want to get my types. If you remember, at the very bottom of this file we had some types, right? And we can import them just by saying, I think something like new user, right? But since this is a type, it is a better practice to put the type right in front of it. Okay, so I'll say type new user. I'll say type get the new comment, and let's say type get the new product. Okay, so once again, you don't have to put the type, but it is recommended. It is one of the best practices you should put if you're importing a type. Okay, now let's try to get started with the user queries. So the first one is going to be, let's say, export const create user. This is going to be a method. Let's say it'll be async. Okay, like this. So if we want to create a user, we expect some data, which is going to be equal to the type of new user, right? So it's going to have all these fields so that we can create a user in the database. And then we can say something like await, let's say DB, we would like to insert something to the, let's say, I think we should call the insert, this should be a method. We're gonna insert something into the users table. Then we're gonna say here are our values. So we're gonna pass the data. Now, if we want to get the user as an object or as a variable, you would go ahead and say user, but this returns you an array. Okay, so you have to wrap it, like destructure it. Okay, and this should be dot returning, let's say returning. Okay, so as you can tell, calling this method will return the specified fields of the inserted row. So it'll basically return you this newly created user, and you can return it out of this method. So that's the entire method. Now we are going to be using it later in the video, and once we use it, it's going to make more sense. Now we need this method because when user signs up with Clerk, it's going to be saved to the Clerk dashboard. Okay, so under the users, you're going to see the user, but we also want to save this user to our database under the users table. And to be able to make that work, we're going to call this method. Okay, let's delete this space, and then I will have another method. Let's say const get user by ID. We will say this is going to be an async method. We're going to pass an ID that will be type of string, and we would like to return this specific user. So I will say return, let's say db.query. We would like to query the users table. We would like to find first result, and we'll say where equal to users.id is equal to this specified ID, right? So let's say you would like to find a John in the database, and their ID is equal to 123. So it's going to say find the user in the database that has the ID of 1, 2, 3, right? This is what we are passing right here. So that's the syntax of Drizzle. You can take a look at it from the documentation if you really wanted to. Now let's do another method. I'll say export const, this time update user. So the first argument we are going to get is the ID so that we know which user that we'd like to update, right? So this is the user ID and then some data. Let's create the method. Now here, what is going to be the type? Well, it'll be new user type as well, but this could be partial, right? Because let's say like you only want to update the user email, so you don't have to pass the ID, you don't have to pass the name, image URL. Let's say you don't want to update these, you only want to update the email. So we can say something like this is going to be partial, right? I'm going to wrap this with these brackets and I'll say partial. This is TypeScript specific, okay? So once again, here it says the data could be only email, or maybe it could be email and name, but it doesn't have to pass all these fields because maybe user just wants to update one of the fields, right? I hope that makes sense. Now we are going to get await db update method. This time we're going to call it. We will say we would like to update something under the users table, and here we would like to set this new data, right? And then we'll say where equal to, we're going to pass the users.id, pass the ID that we are getting as the argument so that we can find the user, and then at the end I'll just say returning so that I can go ahead and assign this to a value. I'm going to destructure the user, and then at the end I'll just say return this. Okay, so very similar to what we have done here, we just have the where clause as well as the set method. Okay, now we are going to have one more method. That's the last one for the users. It's going to be absurd, and it'll either use the create or update user method. So let's see how we can make that work. I'll say const absurd user. Let's say async. We're going to get the data, which will be new user data. And then we will say, first off, let's find the user. I'll say get user by ID. We're going to pass the data.id, and this is going to be equal to existing user. Now, if user is existed, we would like to update it, right? We don't want to create it again. So I'll say if existing user, we'll just say return out of this method by updating the user. Let's say data.id, and we would like to pass the data that we would like to update. But in the else case, we can just say return the create user method. Like call this method and then return the result that we're getting out of it. Okay, so later in the video, we are not gonna call this method or this method, okay? So we will actually call this method because in return, it is calling both of these. Okay, so absurd means, once again, absurd will either create or update. So that's everything for the user queries. Now I will put a comment. This is going to be for the product queries. Now we're going to do the exact same thing for create product. So you can pause the video and maybe try to build it by yourself. It'll be very similar to this one. So once you have done it, now you can watch my solution. Basically, I will copy this and paste this in. I will say create product. We're going to get the data, which will be type of new product in this case. And we would like to insert something into the products table, right? And we would like to return the product. So here I will say product, and that should be it for this entire method. Now we will have another method where we can fetch all the products. So I'll say const get all products. Let's say it'll be an async method. And here we would like to say something like db.query. Go ahead under the products and find many, right? We'd like to fetch all of them. And here I will pass one option or one object, and I'll explain why. So first, let's delete it. We could just do something like this, right? Return all the products, right? Find all of them and display it. But now this is missing something, and I'll explain it. Let me show you the home screen. Okay, so this is where we call that method. We are going to fetch all the products. In this example, we have only one, but just imagine if we had like two more right here. So the problem with this method is that currently we are just fetching the product details, right? So we have the image, we have the title, description, and then here we have some user data. But we cannot really fetch this automatically because if you take a look at our schema under the products table, like we have title, description, image, but for the user, we only have user ID. We are not storing the user image, user name, user email, right? This is just an ID. So by using this ID, we can actually go ahead and get the user details. So we can get the name, email, all these fields. And this is thanks to the relations. So here I will say something like with, and we can say get the products with user field is equal to true. And now with this, we should be able to fetch the products not with only the user ID, but also the user fields. Okay, so it's going to take a look at the user ID and then it'll go under the user table, find that user, and then get all these fields. So if you take a look at it here, I had a comment. Here I said, I will explain this, where we have with relation name that's equal to true. And this is exactly what we have just done with relation name that is equal to true. So here we call it as user because under the products relation, that's what we call it. If you call this as 123, right? User 123, and then you would come here and say user 123. Okay. I do really hope that this makes sense. So yeah, that's thanks to the relations. So we're gonna fetch all the products with the user details so that we can display the user image as well as the username. Now I'd like to show you something else. So let's go here, maybe organize this a little bit. Right after the with, I will say order by. So how do you order the products? So I'd like to see the latest one at the beginning, right? So let's say this is the latest one created, that was before that, and that's the first created product. So how can we, sort it in this order? So we can say order by, we're gonna call this method. So we're gonna have this callback. Let's say we are gonna get the products, which is our table, and then we're gonna say the descending or ascending, right? So here you have two different options, this or even three, but I think we are only interested in these. We would like to have in the descending order, right? And then here we will say something like call the descending method and say products that created at. So we're going to sort it by this field. And here Drizzle wants you to wrap it with the square brackets. So go ahead and add this. I will add a comment just for your convenience. I will say descending means you will see the latest product first, and then another comment. So here another comment is that the square brackets are required because Drizzle ORM's order by method expects an array, even for a single column. Okay, so that's the entire method. Now let's try to get another one. We'll say export const get product by ID. And we're gonna call this method in the product details screen, which is right here, right? Here we would like to get the product itself. So let me change the color. We're gonna get the product details itself, like the image, title, etc., the description, but we also want to get the user profile, right? So again, we're gonna use the relations by using the with, and we also want to get the comments, right? So this is going to be nested. So let's try to do it. By the way, you can pause the video and try to do it by yourself, but if you cannot, that's fine. So let's say async. We're gonna get the ID so that we know which product that we are fetching. Let's just say type will be equal to string. And then within here, I will say return db.query. Again, we're gonna go under the products, and here we'll say find first. So I was going to say find many, but not really. We are just trying to get a single product. Here we will pass the object. Let's say where, first off, we're gonna add our where clause. We'll say equal to products.id. that is equal to this ID, right? So we found the product. Now we would like to say with fetch the product with the user details. So I'll say true. And then I'll say also with the comments details as well, right? So we'll say comments with, and then we'll say user equal to true as well. Now I also want to order this. So just like what we have done here, maybe I can copy this and paste this in. I'll say order by. This time we would like to order the comments. Again, I'll use the descending and I'll say comments dot created at. Okay, so let me just save and try to walk you through it what we have done because it looks a bit confusing. So we find the single product, which is the product detail itself, right? So we got the product. Now we also want to get the user relation so that we can fetch these fields. So we said, go ahead, use the with the user. But on top of it, we would like to use the comments because we are going to be displaying them. So under the comments, we also want to fetch the user details. Because if you take a look at the comments, let's take a look at the schema. Under the comments table, we only have the user ID. We don't have user information like user image, username, so on and so forth. So we are using the nested with. Here we say get the user details and then order it. Okay, so even if this is confusing, just know that this is like the syntax of Drizzle. So you don't even have to memorize it, but I think it's nice to pause the video and try to understand it all. Okay, now I'll say, this time I will say get products by user ID, which is going to get a user ID as the argument. So this is the method that we're going to call under the profile screen. So we are going to pass our own user ID so that we can fetch all the products that we have, right? So get my products. And within here, we can have a similar thing, what we have done above. We would like to basically find all the products of the specified user. So I will paste this in. We'll say return db.query the products table find many. Here is our where clause. We would like to use the with user is equal to true so that we can fetch the user details and then order it or sort it. Here I can even shorten this. So now I will have another method where we can update a product. You can pause the video and try to do it by yourself because we have a similar method up here. But in this case, I will just paste this in and walk you through it. It's literally 2 lines of code. So update product, it is an async method where we get the ID of the product so that we know which product that we are updating. And then for the data, it could be partial. Let's try to see it once again. Under the edit screen, let's say you only want to update the name, right? You don't have to pass the image if you wanted to update it, right? So that's why we say it could be partial. Then we will say await db update the products table. Here is the new data that we would like to set. Here is the where clause and return it so that I can get this as a variable and return it out of the method. And then the very last method is going to be delete product. Once again, you can build it by yourself or just get my solution. So delete product, we are going to get the product ID so that we know which product that we are deleting. And that's the syntax, super easy to understand. Now let's have the comment queries. These were all for the products. Let's say comment, queries, and maybe like mutations. So the first one is to create a comment. And here is the end result. So create comment, we're going to get the new comment as the data. And we are going to set this in under the, or like insert it under the comments table. And then we're going to return it as the result from this method. So that was the create comment. Now we would like to have the delete comment method as well. Here is the end result. We're going to pass the comment ID so that we know which comments that we are trying to delete. Here is the syntax, very similar to what we have done. So I'm not going to explain it because we have done this multiple times at this point. And then at the very end, I will have one more method. This is going to be used later in the video. Let's say get comment by ID. We're going to pass our where clause and then we'll say with user details. Okay, so I think we don't really need to pass this, but I'll just leave it here. And yeah, so we're going to be using all these methods later in the video. I hope this wasn't really confusing. This is just the Drizzle syntax. We have learned about the with relation, like how to use this relation, right? And in the past, I said like explain this later in the video. I think we have explained it, so I can delete this to do now. Okay, so here under the relations, whatever you put, so let's say if you said something like comments 1, 2, 3, this is for the products, right? You would go ahead and find it and actually make it like comments 1, 2, 3. So they should match. But most of the time we keep them as the same. So if this is equal to comments, you put this as the comments as well. So that was it for this entire section where we built the queries file. So we're going to be using it, I promise, and it'll be even more clear later in the video. So let's try to close everything, toggle the status bar. I will create a new branch, let's say something like queries. And then we'll go right here, try to stage our changes. Let's say stage all of them, create a commit message by using VS Code's AI. So we have added user, product, and comment query functions to handle database operations. Let's say commit, publish the branch. I'll go into the source code. Let's say create the pull request. And as usual, I'll wait for the suggestions that will be coming from CodeRabbit. If you want to get the exact same thing, we talked about it, you can find the link in the description and give access to your repositories under the CodeRabbit dashboard. So here is the summary by CodeRabbit. Here are all the new features that we have introduced in this section. You can pause the video and read it if you're interested. The walkthrough, but we are mostly interested in the problems that we have in our code base, right? So here it says you have some major issue, and here is the proposed fix. It basically says you can add an if check under the update user to check if this is existed or not. So I will go ahead, copy this, and maybe go under the update user method. That was under the queries. Let's find it. Update user. So right after the, was it before or after? Yeah, it's even before the const part, right? It's like right here. I'm going to delete the plus signs. So here we just first check if this user existed or not. So we pass the ID, call this method. If user is not existed, just throw an error, right? But in the else case, if user is found, we can update it in our database. That was the first check. Then let's see what we have else. Okay, so here it says you have a raise condition. Now this means time of check to time of use raise condition, okay? And let's see the proposed fix. Here it says basically get this entire thing and put it under the observed user. Let's try to paste this in and then I'll explain what is the problem here and what we are trying to fix. So I think it just says delete everything, right? Okay, so I will keep this so that you can have it in the source code. Let's say this is what we have done first. And then this is what CodeRabbit suggested. I'm going to delete the plus signs. And this is what CodeRabbit suggested. Okay, so here it's going to handle the conflicts. Now, basically, let's see, what does that mean? Let's say our users, like we got 2 requests, okay? Let's say we got 2 requests at the exact same time. Both of them, let's say, will call the create user method. One of them is going to succeed and the other one is going to fail. So it's going to fail because it'll say, in the database, we already have this user. I cannot create it again, right? So one will succeed, one success, the other one will fail. And we don't really want to get any errors. So we would like to let the database to handle the conflicts, okay? So this is the fix by using the result. You don't really need to memorize the syntax, not at all. This is just a method that we can always search for it. I'll say Drizzle ORM, paste this in, and we should be able to find it under the documentation, okay? On conflict do update. Okay, so that was the fix. Like without CodeRabbit, you would never ever think about this, right? That's the beauty of this tool. That's why I really like it. And then let's see what we are missing. Again, a simple if check. Maybe I'll just copy this entire thing. Does it copy it with the plus signs? Let me paste it right here. Yeah, it does it. So I'm going to just copy this part. This is under the update product method. Here it says basically you're missing a validation. Let's find the update product method, paste this in, delete the plus signs. So before we try to call the database, we'll just say, check if product existed or not. If not, we will not even call this part. I think we are missing the same thing for delete product as well, and maybe delete comment. Yep, that's right. We'll go under the delete product. I'll copy it, paste this in, and let's do the same thing for get comments. Or wait, this should be for delete product, isn't it? I'll fix that. And finally for the delete comment. So these are the things that I have missed, and thanks to CodeRabbit, I'm able to fetch them or catch these bugs. Okay, so I believe we don't have any other issues. So before we merge our pull request, we are going to commit these. So I'll go here, stage all of them, get a commit message, and let's say commit, sync this up. This will basically push this code to our repository. Now we had one. If we refresh, we should have 2 commits. Okay, now we can scroll to the bottom and say merge the pull request. Let's confirm it. It's done successfully. Now let's go here, switch to the master, and then get the latest changes. Okay, so you can click to this multiple times, by the way. Like once you have done it successfully, the other ones will not do anything because you already get the latest code. Okay, so with that, I believe that's gonna be it for this section as well. Hopefully I'll see you in the next one. Alright, so this is where we left. Now we would like to add our routes. First off, I'll visit the index.ts file and we are going to mount them. So I will say app.use. We're gonna have /API/users. Then I will duplicate it twice. We're gonna have, let's say, comments, and we're gonna have the products. And on every single one of them, we would like to import our routes. So we'll say user routes, which is something that we will create. Then we're going to import the product routes. And then we're going to import, let's go here. We're gonna get the comment routes, right? So let me say comment routes. And here I will go ahead and create these files one by one. So under the routes, I'll say user routes.ts. Copy this, paste this in. This time the name is going to be product routes. And then we're going to have the comment routes.ts file as well. So here is the basic setup for a route file, right? So we would say import, get the router from Express. Then you would create, let's say, a router instance. And then at the very end, you would say export default this router, right? So save this, copy it, and paste this here as well, and also here in this file. Now we can go here and just try to import them. So I will say import, let me give it a space. So I will say user routes from the user routes file, and I will duplicate this twice. This time it's going to be equal to, let's say, product routes, and then comment routes. Okay, so first off, we're gonna get started with the user routes, right? Let's try to close these. And here we are going to have an endpoint where we can sync the user, right? So it's going to be /API/users/sync. And this is going to be a post request. Okay, so this is going to, let's say, sync the Clerk user to database. Because as we've talked about it in the past, when user signs up with the sign up model, which is coming from Clerk, we are going to see the user under the Clerk dashboard, right? It's going to be here, but not in the database. So we would like to have an endpoint so that we can take that user and save it to our database as well. And this is that endpoint. Okay, now let's say router.post. This is going to be /sync. Now you might be asking, why don't we put /API and /users here, right? Now we don't have to put it because it is already prefixed right here. So we have /API, /users, and then /sync. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Now in this case, we are going to call a method, let's say from the user controller, which is something that we will create. We're going to call the sync user method. Now let's go here under the controllers. I will create this file. Let's say user controller.ts, and we can have a method, let's say export, maybe like async function. Call this as sync user. And then for the params, we are going to delete this part. Let's say we're going to get the request and response. Now you can add the type like request, which is coming from Express. Okay, so we will import the request type as well as the response type. Let's go ahead and import them. Now, since they are types, you can add the type in front, which is one of the best practices, right? This is recommended instead of leaving it in this case, okay? So if you know that they are the types, you would just put the type right in front of them. Then I will get my queries under the queries file. So let me show you this pretty quickly. So from here, we can export, like we are exporting a couple of different things, right? We can import all of them. So I will say import everything as queries. Let's say queries from, we'll go under the DB and from the queries file. Now by using this queries method or the object, you can access to every single one of these methods. So you can call this anything really, like ABC, and then you would have access to everything that you have in this file, right? Because we are exporting a bunch of different things. Now I will bring this back, and then I'd like to import what we call the getAuth method from Clerk. And then I think for now it should be good to go. So here within this method, and maybe just before we build it, let's try to get rid of this error. I will just say import the sync user method, okay? Which is this one. You could also do something like user controller.sync user, but then you have to do something like import everything as user controller from, let's go under the controllers, user controller, and then this would work, right? As you can tell, it is type safe. But instead of doing it in this way, I think I will leave it here like this for this file. And now to be able to call this method, you have to be authenticated. So I will leave a comment. I will say this is a protected route. Now, how do we check for the authentication? Well, Clerk has a method called require auth. Okay, so we are going to import it from this package. We have an error, but we are going to fix it. This is TypeScript related. So for now, you can save this file, and you can also double check from the Express Clerk documentation that they have the require auth method. Okay, so if user is not authenticated, they cannot call the next method. But if user is authenticated, our code is going to work and it's going to call the next method. Now to be able to get rid of this TypeScript error, Clerk says under the documentation, they say create this folder. Okay, so I will copy this name, or maybe, yeah, let's copy the entire thing. Go under the backend and say create a new file, okay? Not folder, but just file, and paste this in. So this is going to both create the folder and then the file. And then let's try to get the content, the file content, and paste this in. Now again, we have some warnings and errors, and to be able to fix it, we will update our Clerk version, okay? So here I will kill my terminal. Let's say npm install at Clerk Express, and it's going to be this version, which is 1.7.60. So this is the latest version, and it's going to get rid of these errors, hopefully. Now with this, maybe I'll just say Command-Shift-P, reload the window. Okay, hopefully now we don't really have those errors, okay? So we just update our version. The previous one was kind of buggy. Okay, now let's jump into this method and try to build it. Here I will have a try and catch block. Now under the try, first I will say grab the user ID by calling the getAuth method. So getAuth, pass the request as the first argument. Now if we don't have the user ID, which means user is not authenticated, we can say return immediately with something like status code of 401, which means unauthorized. And for the message, we can say something like, error, you are unauthorized. Okay, but if we have the user ID, which means user is authenticated, so we can grab the email, we can grab the name and image URL from the user, which is going to be request.body, right? And then we can check if any of them is equal to undefined or null or even an empty string, right? If it is a falsy value, we will say, oops, let me just copy it. It is 2 lines of code. We will say if no email or no name or no image URL, go ahead and say 400, which means error, right? And then we will say all these fields are required. But if user actually passed all of them, then we can say await queries.observed user, right? As I told you before, this is either create the user or update it. So here we can say something like pass all the fields. So we're going to pass the ID, which is user ID. This is the clerk ID that we are passing. We're going to pass the email. Now, since they are the same, we can shorten this and we can say name and image URL as well. So this is going to give us the user, and then we can go at the very end, we can say something like res.status of 200, which means success, and we will say JSON, just return the user, right? And under the catch, first off, I will put a console log for testing purposes, and then we are going to send 500 status code to the client. We will say fail to sync the user. So that's the entire method. Here you can take a look at it. This file is around 30 lines of code, and I think there isn't anything complicated. Just keep this in mind. So you can get the user ID by calling the getAuth method and passing the request. So this will give you the clerk ID that you have in the clerk dashboard. Okay, so we're going to be using this at a ton in a couple of minutes. So that's the user routes. Now let's go under the product routes and get started with it. So we need to create the controllers for it as well. I'll say product controller.ts file. So let's first visit the product routes.ts file. Here we will import the require auth method as well as the product controller file, which should be like this. Let's say product controller. Okay, so we will import everything as the product controller because we will have a bunch of different methods. So let's try to add one of our endpoints. Let's say the first one is going to be the get request to /API/products. And this is going to get all the products, right? I'll say get all products. And this is going to be a public route, which means even if user is unauthenticated, let's take a look at it. So even if you are unauthenticated, you should still be able to fetch the products. So that's why we are not going to call the require auth on this endpoint. So here I will say something like router.get to / because we already have this under the index.ts, right? API/products. And in this case, you are going to call this method. If you want to make this to be protected, you would go up here and you would say, first off, call the require auth, right? If user is unauthenticated, they cannot call this method, but we want this to be public. So please go ahead and delete this line. We don't really need it. Now let's go under the product controller file and try to build our very first method. I would like to just get my imports first. So here I will paste them in. We are getting the types, which is the request and response from Express. We are going to get our queries as well as the getAuth method. Now I'd like to paste this in, which is like 5 lines of code. If you don't want to type this in, you can visit the source code, find this file, and just copy and paste with me. Or if you want to type this out, you can pause the video and try to, type it out. Here, this is what I just pasted. So we have a method called get all products. It is an async method. We have the request and response. Now within the method, we have a try and catch block. And the logic is extremely easy to understand. That's why I even copy it and paste it. So here we just basically say get all the products, assign it to this variable, and send this back to the client. If we have any errors, again, send some errors back to the client. So here we can see within our controllers, we are just calling our queries, which are the things that we have built in the past, right? Now we will have another method where we can get a single product by the ID. So under the product details screen, right, we are going to get a single product, and this is the controller. I will paste this in. Again, I will walk you through it. It is just a method, async method. We got the request and response, and we have some logic. So here we are getting the ID from the params, which is the URL, and then we are getting the product by calling our method, right? This is the query that we just built. And then if no product, we will say, 404 not found, and just return out of this method. But else it means success, so we're just going to return the product. And then under the catch, we are going to handle it. So super easy, nothing complicated. I hope you don't mind it just because we copy and paste. Alright, now we can shrink these methods and build another one. I'll just put it in the middle, okay? So get all products, and then here I will say get my products. So this is going to get the products by the currently authenticated user, right? So it's going to be a protected route. And let me walk you through it. So we have a async function, right? Request and response, get them, and then have a try and catch block. Handle the catch with the classic error message, but then under the try, we will first check if user is authenticated or not, right? If not, we'll say unauthorized, but else we are going to get the products by this user ID, right? By this user. We are going to pass their user ID as the argument, and then we are going to return the products. So super simple, nothing complicated. It just feels like an English sentence, right? So let's shrink this and then add our next method. So this controller is going to be where we can create a product. So here I'll paste this in, create product. Again, it should be protected. So here we have a try and catch block. Under the try, we are checking for the authentication, and then we are getting the title, description, and image URL. And we just make sure that all of them are provided. If not, we'll say you are missing some of them, right? That's our error message. But else we are going to say call the create product method, which is something that we have under the queries. We're going to get the product because this is what we are returning, right? This method returns you the product. So you get this and then send this back to the client. Here we are using 201, which means a resource has been created, right? So that's the meaning of that status code. It's been created successfully. So that's the entire method. Once again, create product. Now let's have one more method where we can update a product. So I'm going to again copy this. Like I could type this out, but it is just time consuming, right? So I try to explain line by line rather than typing this out. So I already know this stuff. If you feel like you don't know it, you can then pause the video and try to type this in to get some practice. But in my case, I will just copy and paste. So let me please delete this part. Okay, so this is what I have just pasted. Let me slowly walk you through it if you wanted to type this out, and then I will walk you through it. Okay, so this is where we can update a product. This is protected. Only the owner of the product can update the product. Okay, so again, as usual, we will check for the authentication. We're going to get the product ID from the params, and we're going to get the title, description, and image URL. And we will say if this product existed or not, and right? And then we will check if you are the owner of the product. If not, we will say you can only update your own products, right? And if this is not the case, that means, okay, this user can now update the product. Here we are going to call our method where we pass the product ID and then the data like as an object, right? So we're going to pass the title, description, and image URL. and then finally say successfully done. In the catch, we are going to display an error. So I hope this is not really confusing. If so, just let us know in the comment section and we can try to explain your questions. But honestly, I feel like this feels like an English sentence, right? There isn't really anything complicated. I hope so. Now the very last method is going to be delete product. You can actually pause the video and try to take this as a challenge and build it by yourself, then watch my solution. Okay, so I will just paste this in. Delete product. Again, only the owner can delete a product. We're going to have our classic check. We're going to get the product ID that we would like to delete. Then we will check if it doesn't even exist, right? If not, we will say 404 product not found. And then we are going to check if the existing product user ID is equal to the current user ID, right? This is how we check for it. This is the logged in user ID, and this is what we have in the database. If they are not the same, we will say you can only delete your own products. This is exactly what we have done within this method as well, right? And then we are calling the delete product method. If it is done successfully, we are going to send a success message back to the client. So that's the entire file. I hope it wasn't really confusing or complicated. Let's try to go under the product routes and try to call all of them one by one. So here I will paste this in. This is the get request to API products/my, right? And this is going to get the current user's products. This is protected. That's why we put this in the middle. And then we can have the other get request, which is to get a single product by ID. This is public. We don't use the require auth, right? So get method, and get method so far. Now we are going to have the post request where we can create a product. Again, it should be, protected. Then we're going to have a put request where we can update a product. Okay, so just double check this. And here we have an ID, right? This is what we have as well. Let's take a look at this method. Here we are getting the ID from the request.params. So if this was something like IDX, then you would go here, you would say IDX as well, right? It should match. So just keep that in mind. What you have here is the same thing that you will get here. Okay, at the very end, we are going to have a delete method. Let me paste this in and we should be good to go. Now I'll just take a look at my terminal to check if I have any errors or not. Let's say npm run dev. Hopefully we don't have any errors. Okay, now let's try to build the comment routes. So I am going to close these files. Go under the comment routes. I'm going to paste this in. So what we have is the router require auth, and then we have comment controller file. We are importing it. Let's try to create it. So since we already understand how to build a controller, how to write these methods, I'm just going to try to go a little bit fast because we already know how all this work, right? So we have two different endpoints where we can create a comment, right? This is going to be protected. That's why we add this method in the middle. And then we have a delete endpoint where we can delete a comment, and we are going to pass the require auth in the middle once again. So now let's save this file and go under the comment controller. Now you might be asking, we have this file, why this gives us a warning? Let's try to delete this and bring this back. Probably I have a typo. Do I comment controller? Okay, so I think it says you are not exporting anything, so we cannot import. That's true. Let's go here and try to build this file. So first off, I'll get my imports. We have the types, we have our queries, as well as the get auth method. Now let's try to get the very first controller, which is to create a comment. So we're going to get the authentication check. We're going to get the product ID, which is what we are passing, right? And then we're going to get the comment content itself, right? If it is not provided, we'll say comment content is required. And then we're going to verify if product exists or not by using our query. And then finally, we can create the comment. And then we are going to return a success message back to the client. And we will handle the catch as well. So super simple, nothing complicated at this point. So that's how easy it is to build an API actually. And then I will have my delete comment method as well. Very similar. I'm not going to even read it. Just pause the video, take a look at it. It should feel pretty easy at this point. Okay, so I'll open up my terminal. We don't really have any errors. It is working as expected. And now with this, we are pretty much done with the entire API so far. We will just come back to this in the deployment part. For now, this should be, completely done. I will go ahead, toggle the status bar visibility, and we will create a new branch and then commit our changes. Okay, so let's pretty quickly go over what we have done in this section just before we commit our changes. So first we have created this types folder with this file so that we don't really get any TypeScript errors related to Clerk, right? So this is what has been, this is what Clerk suggested us under the documentation, right? Okay, so that was the simple step. Then we have set it up our routes, which are user routes, where we have a sync user method. Then we have product routes and then the comment routes. Here we are requiring auth method because this is a protected route. Only authenticated users can call this endpoint. And here is the function logic. So I'll try to scroll very slowly if you wanted to double check. And then we have the product routes as well as comment routes. Okay, so that's the entire thing that we have done in this section. I will shrink everything, create a new branch. Let's say for the name, it could be something like routes and controllers. You can call this anything that you wish, but that's the name that I came up with. Let's say stage all the changes and then create a commit message with AI. Okay, so I'll say commit. Let's publish the branch and go into our source code. We will create the pull request. And now we can wait for the suggestions that will be coming from CodeRabbit. Okay, so here are all the features that we have introduced in this section. You can pause the video and read it. Then we have the walkthrough of the files. But as usual, I'm interested in the problem section. So I'll scroll to the bottom. Here we have a minor potential issue. So which means it's not really that important. Like it's not going to break your code if you don't fix it. But we have a suggested validation. Let's take a look at it. Here it says you could add this check under the update product. This is something that we are not doing. Here it says alternatively, if you want to support partial updates, you can do this. Like it says you can replace your code with this one. I'm going to leave it as we have, okay? But if you want to, have even a better code base, you can copy this and paste this in, just like what we have done in the previous sections. Okay, so here in this case, I'll just say merge the pull request, confirm it. And then I'll go right here, let's say switch to the master. And then we will say sync this up. So it should get all the files and folders that we just created. And our code base should be up to date. So that was it for the entire backend part. In the next section, we will get started with our React application under the front end. So hopefully I'll see you there. So let's get started with our React application. I will go ahead, open up my terminal, and first I'll cd into the backend, and let's say npm run dev. It should be in this way. And I'll do the same thing for the front end. So I'll say cd under the front end, npm run dev. Okay, so this is the current application that we have at the moment, and we are running the backend without any issues. So I will go under the front end folder, and I'm going to delete the app.css. We don't really need it. We are going to delete the assets. Again, we don't really need that one. So I will delete everything under the index.css. Now let's go here, just try to delete the use state, app.css, maybe everything that we have here. I'm going to delete the entire content. Let's say we're going to have a div. let's say h1, something like hello world. Okay, let's save and take a look at the end result. Okay, now in this application, we are going to be setting up Tailwind CSS. So head over to tailwindcss.com. Under the documentation, we are going to get the installation guide. And if you don't know already, like I assume that you know it already, but if not, basically Tailwind CSS has all these utility classes, so you don't really need to have a separate CSS file, right? So you don't need to put your classes here, something like card, and then you would add something like padding, 20 pixels and all that crap. Instead of doing it in this way, you would just go here and you would say this is my class name, where I have padding x of, let's say, 4, and then you would say flex, item centered, things like that. Okay, now that we know what Tailwind CSS is, we can go under the documentation and install it. So we already have a React project. We are going to skip the first step. Then we will copy this, open up our terminal. So under the front end, I will kill this with Control C, and then I'll paste this in. Okay, so we installed the packages. Let's go here and see the next step. We are going to get this line and paste it under the vidconfig.ts file. So in our case, we have vidconfig.js. That's the same thing. Let's paste this in, and under the plugins, we're going to say Tailwind CSS and call it. So this is exactly what they are doing right here, right? And then we are going to copy this line. That's the last step. And we will paste this under the index.css. And now let's go ahead and test this out. I'll say something like, maybe under the h1, I'll say class name. Let's delete this one. I will say like text red of 500. Now, if you're not able to see this highlight, that's probably you don't have this extension called Tailwind IntelliSense. Okay, so this is what I have. Go ahead and install it. Then you should be able to get this highlight and autocomplete. Okay, now let's save and test this out. I'll refresh, and I need to run my front end first. So I'll say npm run dev. Okay, so as you can tell, it is working. I'll just zoom out or zoom in. Here we can see it is actually working, right? So we just set up the Tailwind CSS. Now on top of Tailwind CSS, we are going to set up a library as well, which is called as DaisyUI. Okay, so visit daisyui.com and I'll show you why we are using it in the first place. So they have an example. So if you wanted to get a button, you had to write all these classes with only Tailwind CSS, okay? But instead of writing 100 class names, you could just say something like, btn and btn primary, you would get the similar button, right? Or almost the exact same one. Let's scroll to the bottom. Another example, if you wanted to get this kind of like card, you need to write all these classes with Tailwind only. But if you use DaisyUI, they have some pre-made classes. You would just write, I don't know, maybe like 20 classes or even less, and you would get the similar output. So you will be able to see all the components under this page, and they also have like a bunch of different, let's say, themes, right? You can use the black one, wireframe, fantasy, and we will implement this kind of like theme selector as well. Let me see if I have the example. Okay. So this is the similar thing that we are going to implement. Once you click to it, you will get this kind of like drop down, just like what they have, and you should be able to select these themes. Okay. So in this case, I'll go with forest. And under the components, you can check, let's say you want to use something like alert. They have the usage. Since you are using React, you would select JSX and you would copy it, paste it to your code base, and this would be the output that you're going to get. Okay, now let's see how we can set this up. I'll go here. Let's say how to use. We will copy this, which is npm install DaisyUI at latest, and we're using the -d flag, which stands for development. Okay, I'll kill this. Let's say clear, paste this in under the front end. It is done. We are going to get this plugin, copy it, and paste it to CSS file. So that's the entire thing, honestly. But since we would like to use the themes, let's take a look at it from the documentation. Let's go under the themes. Okay, so let's say you want to use the light theme and dark theme, right? You would add it under the curly braces, but we want to use all the themes, right? They have an example here. They say just copy this, where you say themes is equal to all. That's exactly what we're going to be doing. I'll just say like right here, themes is equal to all. Okay, and let's run our application. Okay, now let's say we want to use the forest theme. You would go under the index.html, and here you would say data-theme would be equal to forest. Let's save and create a button. Here I'll say btn, or just maybe button. Class name would be btn primary, and then we can say something like click me. So here you can see we already have the forest theme, right? Which is this one. Okay, so everything is already in the green theme. Now let's say we would like to use maybe this one called aqua. I'll go here. Let's say put the value. Okay, so the entire theme changes. And later in the video, we are gonna make this to be dynamic. Basically, when you click to one of these, the UI will update immediately, okay? So you are not gonna go here and manually update it. For now, I will have it as forest, and later in the video, we are going to make this to be dynamically working. Okay, so we have set up the Tailwind, which was super easy. We just followed the documentation. We did the same thing for DaisyUI, and now I think we can set up Clerk for the authentication under the front end. So head over to your dashboard under the Clerk. Okay, so this is what you're gonna get. Visit the project that we just created, and then select the React SDK. Okay, so we already have a React application, so we can skip this step, but copy this and paste it to our terminal. So instead of killing this every single time, I will just create a new terminal, cd into the front end, paste this in where we install the React Clerk SDK. And then the next step is to create a .env file and pass this environment variable. So I will open up the left-hand side. Let's say under the front end, we'll have a .env file, paste this in. Okay, now we can get this part, which is the environment variable, put it under the main.jsx. So this is how you would get the environment variable in Vite, okay? So you would say import meta.env, and then whatever the value that you have. This is what we have as the key. So in the backend, in Node.js, you would say something like process.env, right? This is what we have done under the backend. But under the front end, this is the usage. Okay, so we will say if there is no publishable key, throw an error, but else we can wrap our entire application with this component. So this is what they're doing. We will copy this part, go right here, paste this in, wrap the app with the Clerk provider component, and we can import it, just copying this entire line, paste this in as the import, and we are good to go. Now within our entire application, we can use all the components that are coming from Clerk. Let's go ahead under the app.jsx, say something like sign in button. And let's see this in action. If you click to it, hopefully it's going to take you to the sign in page, and you can change the type. So here I will say the mode is going to be equal to model. By default, there's a redirect. If you say model and click to it, as you can tell, let me zoom out, you will get a model where you can either sign up or sign in. And we can already test this out. So I'll try to log in with my Google account. So it is going to work without an issue, but I just want to preview. So this will take a couple of seconds. Let's say verify that we are human. Okay, so we just signed in, and here we can go under the users. We will see that this user just signed up. Now Clerk has really good components that we can use. So like user is logged in, but we still see this button. So we can say something like if user is signed out, only then show the sign in button, and we can import this from Clerk. Now we don't see that button because we are signed in. And I will duplicate this now. I will say if user is signed in, let me close this off. In this case, show them a sign out button. And I think we don't need this prop. Okay. So like it literally feels like an English sentence, right? If user is signed out, show them a sign in button. If they are signed in, show them a sign out button. Now we're going to see the sign out button. And it doesn't really look nice because it doesn't have any styling, but we're going to see how to make it look beautiful. If you click to it, now you're signed out. You are not authenticated, so you would see the sign in button. Okay, so with this, now we understand the basics of Clerk as well. We will get into the details later in the video. So I'm going to delete this part. We don't really need it. And then we can set up the React router for the navigation. Here I'll go ahead, open up my terminal. Under the front end, I'll say npm install react-router. Now in the past it was React Router DOM, but this is the latest version, so we can get the React Router, which is version 7, I believe. Let's double check. Yeah, here we can see it is like 7.11.0. Now we'll go under the main.jsx, and we are going to wrap our entire application with the browser router component. Okay, now let's try to import it. I'll copy the name. I believe it should be like this. We're gonna say React router. And let's double check by pressing Control Space. Okay, so we can see it. Now we can use all the components that are coming from the browser router in our application, right? From React router. So we'll go under the app.jsx, and maybe I will delete this content. And here I'll say minimum height should be screen. So it's going to take the entire space. This is the parent, and then I'll say background should be base 100. And then at the very top, I will have a navbar component. So this is something that we will create, and let's actually do it. So we will have components folder, and then we will also have pages folder like this. Under the components, I will copy this name. We will have navbar.jsx, and for now I'll just say rfce. And if you want to get this quick snippets, you can use this extension called, let me see, ES7 React Redux React Native snippets. So go ahead and install it. Then you should be able to do something like rfce, or if you want to get an arrow function, you could say rafce, but I'll be using rfce. Okay, let's save. It just says navbar, and we will import this component now. Okay, now within this, we will have a main element, and then this will get a class name. Let's say it'll be maximum width of 5x large, and then we will get mx auto so that it is centered. We are going to give padding x of 4 and y of 8, which is equal to 32 pixels, and this should be 16 pixels. And then we can add our pages. So I will have the routes component. We need to import it from React router. Then we will add the individual routes. So I will say route. Once again, let's try to import it. Then we will say if path is equal to home screen, we can show an element called, let's say, home page, like this. And we can create this page. I'll copy the name. Let's say .jsx. And for now, keep the content simple. Okay, now we will do the same thing a couple of times. We're going to have the product details screen. So it's going to be product/some ID. It could be anything. That's why we're going to add the column. And then I'll say product page. I'll copy the name. Let's say .jsx. And import it. Okay, again, we will duplicate it. We're going to have the profile screen. Let's duplicate it again. We're going to have the create screen, and then we're going to have the edit screen. Let's try to say for the profile, this is going to be profile page. For the create, we will have create page. And for the edit page, again, this is going to get an ID. so that we know which product that we are editing. And then I'll say something like edit product page. Now let's go ahead and pretty quickly create all these pages. So we'll have profile page.jsx, RFC, save it and import it. Same thing for these pages as well. Okay, so let's import it and we should be good to go. Now, in every single page, we are going to have navbar component. So that's why we put it outside of the routes, right? Now let's take a look at the end result. On every single page, we see the navbar. This is the home page. You can go into the create page. As you can tell, navbar and then the create page. So we have the profile, and you can test out the other pages, like let's say edit, and then some product ID. That's the edit product page. Now we are going to build these pages one by one, but first let's get started with the navbar component. Here you can see we are using an icon, and for this we will use a package called Lucid React. So under the front end, let me clear this up. I'll say npm install lucid-react. So that's the package that we're going to be using, and then we can go under the navbar component and actually try to build the UI. So first off, I'll get some imports. Let me please copy and paste them. It is 3 lines of code. We have a link that is coming from React Router. We have sign up button, and user button, as well as use auth coming from Clerk. Here we have a warning. It says it's defined but never used. Okay, don't worry, we'll be using it. Then we have some icons coming from Lucid React, which are shopping bag, plus icon, and user icon. So you can hover over them and see the actual icons. Okay, so feel free to type them out or grab them from the source code. Then we will get into the return statement. Now, just before we do so, we're going to destructure something from the use auth hook. So this is coming from Clerk. We can get the is signed in field. And if you press Control Space, you're going to see everything that you can get from this hook, which are all these options, as you can tell. I am interested in this one, which is a Boolean value that says either user is signed in or not. So here I will delete the content. Let's say class name will be navbar, which is a class coming from DaisyUI. Okay, so you can always double check, like go under the components, press Ctrl F, and then search for navbar. So this is something that I have already done. I take a look at their documentations, and just build the end result, and you can do the same thing after this tutorial if you wanted to build more projects. So we'll say background color will be base 300, and then we can use something like a div. Now this is not a CSS class. For that reason, time to time, I'm just going to be copying and pasting some classes so that we can, don't waste too much time on the styling part. So I will paste this in. We have maximum width as 5x large, mx auto, these classes just to make it look nice, center everything. And then we can build the right hand side or the left hand side, which is this logo, right? So we have justify between, right? We have something on the left and something on the right. If you take a look at the code, this is exactly what we are doing. Justify between, and now we are going to put our logo, right? The left side, which is a div. It says once we click to this icon, it should take us to the home screen. And here are the classes. Let's take a look at the end result. Okay, that's what we have. And instead of calling this like product store, I'll say productify. And we can change the font family as well. I'll say something like font mono. Okay, now it looks very clean. And if you wanted to, you can say uppercase as well. So it would be uppercased, right? And we can add some letter spacing. I don't remember what was the name, but was it something like tight? Okay, tracking tight, let's say. Tracking tight, but not minus. So what this does, basically, it updates the letter spacing. So if we wanted to make it a bit spaced out, we can say tracking white or wider. Okay, so I don't know if you can see the difference, but let's just say widest. Like the space is more between these letters. Okay, so that's not really important, but I just wanted to mention it. In this case, I'll go with wider. Now let me zoom out a little bit. So that was the first div, which is the left-hand side, right? And right after this div, we'll have another one. Let's say class name is going to be flex, let's say gap of 2, and items will be centered. Now the first thing that we will have is a component called theme selector. For now, let's try to create it. I'll copy the name. Under the components, let's say JSX, and import it. So right after this, we will say if user is signed in, show them this part, but if they are not signed in, show them this part. And I will zoom in now. Okay, so if user is signed in, we would like to see this part, which is something that I'll copy and paste. Please feel free to get this from the source code if you don't want to type this out. Okay, so we basically have a fragment so that we can wrap everything under a single parent. Then we have a link that says new product. If you click to it, that would take you to the create screen. And then we have the profile link and then a user button, which is something that we are going to see in a second. And let me actually show you this. Okay, so if you are logged in, this is what you're going to see. A theme selector, new product button that will take you to the create screen, the profile button, and then this user button. If you click to it, you will see some elements. And we will see it in a second. Let's build the else part, which is if you are not authenticated. So here's the end result. We are going to see a sign in button that says sign in and a sign up button that says get started. And here is the usage. Now this button itself doesn't have any classes. If you want to make it look nice, you can add your own button, right? So wrap your button with the sign in button and then add your own classes. Okay, now let's see the end result. Let me just zoom out. Okay, so we're gonna build the theme selector later in the video, but now we have the sign in button that shows up the sign in model. Then we also have the sign up button. And here in this case, you're gonna see the sign up model. Okay, so far so good. Now if we click to this, we would be under the home page. Just before we end this section, let's try to build the theme selector component as well. Now this is going to be a drop-down component, and we're going to be using it from DaisyUI. So I'll say components, and let's search for a drop-down. Okay, so this is what I have done before recording this video. I take a look at the documentation, how they use it from the JSX, right? They use something like list element and with these classes, right? Unordered list, list items. You would have drop down content, and it just works magically. So this is a similar thing that we're going to be doing. Just know that everything is coming from the documentation, okay? This is something that you don't need to memorize at all. So we'll go right here under the theme selector component. And first off, I will get all the themes that we're going to be using. So like they are these themes. So we have light, dark, cupcake. So I have written all of them for you so that you don't have to type this out. Find the source code in the description and then find this component. Okay, find this file. You're going to see an array of items, which is the themes. So go ahead and copy it, then paste it. So we have all these themes that we're going to be using. Okay, shrink this because we will use it in a second. And I will actually make it all uppercase. Let's say themes. This is one of the best practices. If you are using a constant value, it should be all uppercase. Okay, then we will get some stuff like the imports, which is use state, use effect, and then the palette icon from Lucid React. Okay, so first I'll have a state. Let's say const. It's going to be equal to theme, set theme, and we'll say use state. Now, normally you would put a value, let's say something like forest or, an empty string. But in this case, we are going to grab it from the local storage. So here you can have the callback function under the use state. And we will say if let's say type of window is not equal to undefined, which means if our page loaded, right? If it is not equal to undefined, in this case, we can say return the value from local storage. Let's say get item, the name will be theme. You know, if this is equal to undefined or something, we can just say return us the forest as the default value. And again, in this case, I will also say return that's equal to forest. So if this looks a little bit confusing, that's fine, because this is a use state usage that you wouldn't see normally. But again, time to time, you need to use it. So in this case, we would like to grab the value from local storage. And then we will have one use effect. I would like to just copy and paste. It is 3 lines of code. So here, whenever the theme changes, we would like to run this part. And what this does, basically, if you remember under the HTML file, we said that you need to add this part. So instead of typing this manually, this is going to update it with the selected theme. Okay, so you're adding this to the document, which is this part. So I'm going to delete it from here because we already have it here. And then we are updating the local storage whenever you select a theme. Okay, now let's try to see the return statement. We'll have a div with some classes. Say class name. We'll have drop down and drop down end. Again, these are coming from DaisyUI. Just keep that in mind, as you can tell. Okay, so the first thing that we will have is the icon. So once you click to it, it's going to open up the palette, right? It's going to open up the drop down. And for the content, we are going to be doing this. So go right after the div and paste this in. So we have themes.map. Let me type this out correctly. Okay, so first off, we have a UL element, right? So here are the classes, and then we are mapping through every single theme. Like, it's pretty easy to understand. We put the display colors, and let's take a look at the end result now. Once you click it, drop down would open, and you're able to select a theme. So you can select Lofi, Pastel, and it just works out magically. But to be honest, there isn't any magic, right? We just write the code and it works all of a sudden. So here we also say if the current theme is the selected theme, go ahead and update the background, right? As you can tell, if this is selected, it has the background as selected, right? It's like highlighted. Okay, and then we have like four different colors, which is this part. And we are adding the data theme here as well, so that it shows us the preview. Okay, so it is already working. That's the entire component for the theme selector. I know that we copied and pasted, which could be a bit annoying, but please, like, you don't really want to waste time by typing this out because it is just classes, right? You have to understand the logic, which is this part, and rest is like for babies. That's what I think. Okay, so with this, I think we can complete this entire section by closing every single file. And I'll open up my status bar. Let's go ahead and create a new branch. I'll say something like Frontend Setup. Let's say stage everything. And are we ignoring the .env file? Yes, we do, because it's added right here. Okay, now we can stage everything. Let's create a commit message with AI. Okay, so that's a very long message, but I think that's fine. Let's say commit, publish the branch. Let's go into the source code and create a pull request. Now I'll wait for the suggestions that will be coming from CodeRabbit, and then we are going to merge this pull request. So after a couple of minutes, we have the summary by CodeRabbit. You can take a look at it, what we have done in this section. I'll just try to scroll to the bottom and see the problems that we have at the moment. Here it says you can update the version, I believe, but I think that's completely fine, so we can ignore it. And then here it says you can make your routes to be protected, so only users can visit the profile screen if they are signed in. But this is something that we'll do later in the video. So for that reason, I'm going to skip it. Like I already knew that we're going to get this suggestion, but I will leave it a little bit later in the video. Okay, so with this, I think we can just say merge this request. Let's confirm it. Then we'll go back to VS Code. It is done successfully. Let's switch to the master and I'll get the latest changes. So I'll click to it and sync this up. Okay, our code base is up to date. And also there is a VS Code suggestion for CodeRabbit if you wanted to install it and have the, the suggestions within the VS Code, you can do so. Okay, so with this, I'll see you in the next section. So in this section, let's try to handle the user synchronization, right? So under the backend, we have a route called sync, right? This is going to take the user from Clerk and save it to our database. Because if you think about it, at the moment, we have a user in the Clerk dashboard, but not really under the users table, right? So we don't have any values. We need to somehow take this value, right? Take this user and save it to our database. So for this, we're going to go under the VS Code and first off under the front end. So this is where we left, by the way. In the last section, we have installed this package. Let's clear this up. Make sure you're under the front end and we will say npm install Axios. So instead of using fetch, we are going to be using Axios, which is a lot more comfortable. And on top of this, we're going to be using TanStack query for the data fetching. So it's going to be very convenient. And this is one of the best practices, right? Like today, if you're not using TanStack, then you're missing a ton. So we'll go ahead and say read the documentation. So this will basically come up with all the features that you can imagine, like caching, deduping, like loading state, error state, refetch method. We will see it all. So let's go under the quick start and I will zoom in. So I think first we should get the package. I'll say installation, copy this and paste this in. npm install TanStack React query. And then under the quick start, we need to get the query client, right? Let's try to copy this, paste it under the main.jsx. So somewhere here maybe, and let's import the query client. I'll just grab it from here. Okay, so we can delete these, but we're going to be using the query client as well as the provider. So here in the example, you can see that they are wrapping the entire application. Let's see. Where is it? So they're wrapping their entire application with the query client provider. This is what we're going to be doing. Let's try to wrap everything with this component. And we are passing the client as the argument, which is this one. So now with this, we are able to use everything that is coming from TanStack within our application, right? So here they have things like query. So we'll say use query, which is basically used for fetching some data. And then you would get the, let's say, the data, you would get the loading state, the error state, right? So you have the refetch method. So all these features are already built for you. So you don't have to build it from scratch. That's why we are using TanStack. And we're going to see how to use it. But they also have something called use mutation. Let's say use mutation. And this is what you would like to use when you want to create something, delete or update, right? So use query for the fetching something. And mutation is when you want to do some action. Okay, now let's go under the source. I will create a folder called lib, and we're going to set up the api.js file as well as the axios.js file. Okay, so here under the Axios file, I'll import the Axios from the package, and then we're going to get an API instance. So I'll say const API, that'll be equal to axios.create, and here we'll pass an object. So what is the base URL? Well, we're going to pass our backend URL, right? So it is for now HTTP localhost, and it is 3000, right? And I also want to add the /API at the end because every single time we are including this, right? Under the index.ts, we always have /API. So that's why I'm going to include it right here. And if we wanted to follow the best practices, we would create this as an environment variable. So this is what I will be doing. I'll go under the front end, under the .env file, and I'll say vite API URL, and then copy this value, cut it from here, paste this in, and we can delete the quotes. Okay, now we'll say import.meta.env. Let's say env and get the vite API URL. Okay, so that's it. Now we will also say something like with credentials that is equal to true. So this will basically send the cookies with requests, right? So that backend knows that we are authenticated. I will leave a comment. Let's say send cookies with requests. And at the end, we'll say export to default API. Now from here on out, we will be using this API object whenever we want to send a request to our API. And here we have with credentials. We also want to set this up under the backend. So I'll go under the index.ts file, and here under the course, we will say credentials should be equal to true. So this is going to allow front end to send the cookies to the backend, right? Here I will leave a comment. So I just left the comment here. Basically, we are saying this credentials true allows the front end to send cookies to the backend so that we can authenticate the user, right? So we can check if they're authenticated or not. Okay, so credentials true on the backend, and on the front end, you would say with credentials that is equal to true. Now we're going to go under the api.js file, and we're going to add all of our calls here, right? So first off, I will import my API instance from the Axios file. So we are getting this. It is already including the base URL. Now we can have a method. Let's say export const, let's say sync user. This will be an async function. Let's say we're going to get the user data. And here we would like to say something like await, let's say api.post. This is going to be a post request to /users/sync. And we're going to pass the data. So I'll say user data. And then this is going to give us a data back, right? So we are going to destructure it. Then we can return it out of this method. Okay, now I can save this file. Now you might be asking, hey, why don't we add something like HTTP localhost/API and then this part? We don't have to add it because it is already under the API instance, right? We have the base URL. So it is already prefixed with this one. So this is already like this one, okay? So we have localhost 3000/API and then whatever we pass. But we don't have to type this out because it is under the base URL. Okay, so that was for the users. So I'll just say users API. Then we're gonna have some stuff for the products. Let me go ahead and paste this in. You can get it from the api.js file as well from source code. So this is to get all products. It is the exact same thing, but this time we are using the get request, right? And we don't have to pass any arguments. And then we're gonna get a single product by ID. So very, very simple. That's why I'll just copy and paste api.get/products and then the product ID. This is going to give us that specific product. Then we can get my products, which is the currently authenticated user, right? Again, a get request. Then create a product. So it is a post request to this endpoint and we will send the product data. Then we will have update product, a put request, the exact same thing. Then maybe we will get the delete product. Let's paste this in. It's a delete request and that's it. Then finally we will have comments API. Let me paste them. We have create comment and delete comment, a post request and delete request. Okay, so this file is around 50 lines of code and we have a bunch of different methods that we're going to be calling later in the video. Okay, now let's go under the app.jsx. We will call a hook here, okay? So we will create a custom hook so that we can sync the user. First off, under the front end source, I will create a folder called hooks and I will create a hook called use auth request. let's say use auth request.js, and then I will have another file, let's say use user sync.js. So first, let's get started with this hook. I will say rfce, but we will delete the return statement. For now, let's just say return an empty object. Okay, now let's go at the very top. We are going to have 4 different imports. We're going to get the use auth and use user hook from Clerk. We're going to get use mutation, use effect, and then the sync user method that we just created. It is basically a post request to our API. Okay, now within this, I will say, first off, we get the is signed in value from use auth, and then we're going to get the user from Clerk, right? This is the currently authenticated user. And then we are going to use the use mutation hook. So let's try to go slowly. I'll say import this, and here we would like to pass a mutation function. In our case, it's going to be sync user. So since we would like to send a post request, right? We would like to create something. We are going to be using the use mutation hook. If we wanted to fetch some data, we would use query. So here I'll say this will be equal to, and we can destructure a couple of different fields, like the mutate method. We can get the is pending state, which is like loading, and then we can get the is success value, right? And now I want to even rename this. So I will say, instead of saying mutate, I will say sync user mutation. And we are going to be calling this under a use effect. So I will say use effect. Let's initialize it. I know that maybe like it might be look a little bit weird. Just follow along with me. It's going to make sense in a second. And here, let's put an empty dependency array for now. Okay, here I'll say if user is signed in, and if we have the user, let's say if we are not in the pending state, and if we are not in the is success case, here we would like to go ahead and call our sync user mutation, right? And this is going to call this method, and it is expecting a user data, right? So we'll go ahead, paste this in. So we are expecting an email field. Let's say this will be equal to user.primary email addresses email address. And then we are going to pass the name. So I will say this will be equal to user.fullname. If this is undefined, we are going to send the first name. And then we can send the image URL. So these are all the fields that we have in Clerk. And now we are trying to send it to our API so that we can save it to our database. And here I will say add these values, which are is signed in, user, let's say sync mutation, is pending, as well as the is success case. Okay, now we don't have any warnings. And from this hook, we can send something like is synced, which is equal to is success value, right? Either true or false. So this is the entire hook, which is going to call our endpoint, right? So we have sync user mutation, which is calling this method, and it is calling our endpoint, right? And let's take a look at it under the user controllers. So here we can see we are expecting email, name, and image URL. If it has been provided, we are going to save it to the database. Or if we already have it, it's going to update that. Okay, so this is what we pass once again. Now, to be able to send a request to our API, we need to include a token in our requests, right? Let's try to visualize it. Let's say here we would like to, let's say we are in the front end. We would like to send a request to our API. I'll just say request. So how would the server would know that we are authenticated? So we are going to send a token within the request. Okay, I'll just say T, or let's say token. We are going to include a token within the request under the headers so that the server know that we are authenticated or not by checking this token. And for this, I will create one more hook, which is this one, right? We will just type the logic. So I will say rfce. Let's go ahead, delete the return statement. For now, let's say maybe return an empty object, and then we can build the logic. So here I will get my imports. Let me paste them. All right, so we're going to get the use auth hook, use effect, as well as the API instance. So here, this is use auth request. And here I will call the use auth to get is signed in, get token, which is a method, and then if clerk is loaded or not. And then within a use effect, let's try to set this up. I'll go here, let's initialize it with an empty array. And then I'll say maybe something like interceptor. So Axios has what we call interceptors, and it'll basically where you can include something into the request. Okay, so before every single call, we are going to add our token to the request. Okay, so here I'll just say include the token to the request. Okay, so before you send the request to our API, we would like to include the token so that the API knows that we are authenticated. And here's how we can do it. We will get our Axios instance, which is API, and we will say interceptors. We will say under the request, go ahead and run this part, which is an async function. We're going to get the config. So this is coming from the documentation. Okay, you don't have to memorize it, but just understand what we are doing. We will say if user is signed in, we would like to run this part where we will get the token from clerk. And then here we'll say if user has a token, right? If we have a value, we would like to include it under the headers. So I'll say headers and authorization. We're going to say backticks. Okay, so this is not single quote. Just make sure it is backticks. We will say bearer, one space, and then we'll say token. Okay, so this is your currently authenticated token, and we are sending this to our API in every single request because we just included under the headers. And here I'll just say token to the request headers. Okay, and here at the very end, right after the if check, we'll say return the config. And let's add our fields, which is signed in and get token method. For the cleanup, we can remove the interceptors. Here I'll say return. This is the cleanup method. We basically eject this interceptor for the performance. Okay, so at the very end, from this hook, we are going to return the is signed in field. Since they're the same thing, we can shorten this, and we can also say is, clerk loaded, which is equal to this value. So I'll say is loaded. Okay, so once again, this might look a little bit confusing, but just understand the logic behind it. Before every single request, we would like to include the token to the request headers so that our API can check this token and understand if this request is authenticated or not, right? If you don't do this part, like under the backend, we never know if user is authenticated or not. So this is something mandatory. Okay, now with this, we can go under the app.jsx and actually call both of these hooks. This is going to initialize the headers, right? And then this is going to sync the user to our database. So here I'll say use auth request, call this, and then we're going to call the use auth, we'll say use user sync. And I'll give a little bit space. From this hook, I'm going to destructure these values, is signed in and if is clerk is loaded. If clerk is not loaded, I'm not going to do anything. I'll just say return null. Now with this, hopefully everything should work fine. Under the database, we don't really have any users, but let's try to refresh our page. And it's been refreshed already. Let's go here, try to refresh. So we should have a user, but looks like we don't. I'll try to refresh again. Let's refresh here. Okay, so for some reason it did not work. Let's see if we are missing anything. I'll open up my terminal. We have the front end. Let's scroll to the bottom. Let's open up the terminal to see if we have any errors or not. Let's go under the network, send the request. Okay, so for some reason, we are not calling the sync user method, right? Okay, so we have this mutation. It should run. Let's go here, say console log this part run. Okay, like it does not run for some reason. There is a flickering effect as well. Let's try to debug it. I don't want to cut this part while editing. Here, what happens if I delete this part? I think we are not signed in, right? That's correct. We are not signed in. Let's just double check. I will say console log if user is signed in or not. This should be equal to false now. As you can tell, since we are not signed in, we cannot save the user to the database. That's correct. Let's try to log in with the Google account. Okay, now signed in is equal to true, right? And if we take a look at the database, hopefully it should be synced up. Maybe let's try to refresh this page. Okay, for some reason, still does not work. Let's double check under the network. When we refresh, we are getting 302. So I have just paused the video and tried to find the solution, and I just realized we are missing one thing that is very silly. Here we should call the await. Okay, so we need to wait until we get the token. Now this should work out. Once we have the token, it would be set under the authorization headers. Okay, so that was my bad, apologize, but at least now we know that we have to await this. Okay, let's go ahead and open up the network tab. I will reload. Now the sync hopefully should work. As you can tell, we got 200, which means success. Now we have this user under the database. Let's refresh. As you can tell, like this is literally has been done successfully. So we have the user ID, which is coming from Clerk. We have the email, name, and this is the profile image that we are storing. And again, it is coming from Clerk. We basically took this user data and save it to our database. Let's open up our image, and it should be this one. As you can tell, this is my Google image, and this is what Clerk stores, and so our database. Alright, so that's it for this entire section. Just in case if it was a bit confusing, I'd like to walk you through what we have done in this section step by step. So under the front end, we have created two different hooks. And even before that, we have set up Axios, where we have our base URL and with credentials that is equal to true. So this is going to allow us to send cookies with the request. And then here under the backend, we said also accepted with the credentials that is equal to true. And here is the description. And then we set up TanStack, right? We wrapped our entire application with the query provider, with the query client provider, and here is the instance. Then we have two different hooks, and in these hooks we are calling some of the methods that we created here under the API.js. So we have sync user, which is a post request that we sent the data to our API. So this hook is going to include the token to the request headers on every single request, right? Here is the logic. This would be mounted as soon as we call this hook. And then this will call the mutation, right? Which is sync user, and it's going to save the email, name, and image URL to our database. Okay, so I hope this wasn't really confusing. Even if it is confusing, like that's completely fine because it means you are learning something. You know, because if this wasn't confusing, that means you already know how to do it. But if it is confusing, it means you're seeing this for the very first time, which is something good. You're learning something. Now here I will leave a comment. Here I will say the best way to implement this would be using something called webhooks, but it is a bit more advanced for a beginner. So in this project, we are going to skip that, but just keep that in mind. I will say the best way to implement this is by using webhooks. And this is something that we have done multiple times in my past tutorials. You can check them out as well. Like you would set up a webhook endpoint, and then you would get an event where you can sync this up. Okay, so webhooks, really important concept, but it's a bit more advanced, so you can definitely skip this if you feel complete beginner, right? So yeah, that's the entire section. I hope it wasn't really confusing. Let's try to close everything, create a new branch as usual. I will say something like user sync, or let's say sync user. Create a commit message, and then we're going to publish the branch. As usual, I'll wait for the code suggestions, and then we will merge the pull request. So here are the new features that we have introduced in this section, but we are mostly interested in the problems. So let's scroll to the bottom. And there's also a sequence diagram. If you're really interested, like how things happen step by step, you can take a look at it. It takes you from the app component to all the way up to, what is it, like React query, and to the backend API. Okay, so let's scroll to the bottom and see the problems. Here it says you can get rid of the console log. Let's do it. I will visit app.jsx, even though that's not really important, but we can delete that. We are not using this, so let's delete this one as well. And then let's see what else we have. Here it says, where is it? Okay, it's a major problem. It says you could use the singleton pattern so that you don't really have multiple hook instances. Let's try to see. So this is the suggested usage. Like, this is a better code, right? And we should follow it. So I'm going to do it step by step. I will get this, and this is under the use auth request. Let's say use auth request. I'm going to paste this maybe right here. Or even outside of the hook. This is what they do. Let's go ahead and put it right here. That is equal to false. And then we will get this part within the use effect. So we will say if interceptor registered, return, don't do anything. But else you can say that's equal to true. Okay, and then we will scroll to the bottom, update the cleanup method. So I will copy this and replace it with that one. Let's delete the plus signs. Okay, so this is just making our code base a little bit more clean and, you know, get rid of the edge cases where we are creating multiple interceptor calls. Okay, so this is optimized, and again, this is something that you couldn't find by yourself if it wasn't for CodeRabbit. Then let's scroll to the bottom. We have a typo. Can fix it. It's fine. Okay, and then scroll to the bottom. What else we have? I think another typo. This should be sync, right? I'm missing the C here. Okay, but just fix that. And then I'll scroll to the bottom. Here it says, again, you can handle the error case. You can do so. I'm going to skip that. But like, that's the code. This is what you would be doing. Here I will update something, which is like a question mark, just in case if this is undefined, you know, like this will never be undefined, but let's just put it just to make our code base safe and clean. Here what it says, okay, it says add the question mark. This is what we have done. And I think that's the entire thing. Here it says, you know, you have a minor issue where it says you can add a documentation for this environment variable, but that's not really important. So I will go ahead and merge the pull request. Just before that, we need to commit our changes. So here I'll say stage everything, get a commit message, and make sure you're under this branch, okay, not under the master. Commit, sync this up. And then if you scroll to the top, you should have 2 commits now. Just refresh. Okay. Now we'll scroll to the bottom. Let's say merge this pull request. Once this is done successfully, You can go here, switch to the master, and get the latest changes. Okay, so with this, our code base is up to date, and hopefully I'll see you in the next section. So in this section, let's get started with the home screen. So we are going to build a component that is just for styling purposes, right? And then we are going to have the actual products. So we're going to send a request to our API to fetch all the products that we have in the database. You can find this image in the source code. Okay, go ahead, find the source code under the front end, under the public, you can find it. So I will go ahead, copy it and paste this in. Just give me a second. It should be this one. So it's gonna be image.png. I will paste this in and rename this to be image. Okay, now we will go under the home page and get started with the UI. Now here we will fetch some products, right? And I will create a custom hook called use products.js file. I was going to say TS, but we are using JavaScript under the front end, so it's going to be JS. Now here we are going to create a hook. Let's say export, not default, let's say const use products. And this is going to fetch all the products that we have in the database. Now, since we would like to fetch some products, we're going to be using use query. Let's try to import it manually from TanStack. I'll say TanStack React query. So it is similar to use mutation. Instead of passing a mutation function, this time you pass a query function, okay? And in our case, this is going to be equal to get all products. And I don't know why the imports doesn't work, but basically we would like to import this method, okay? Let's say get all products and import it from, let's go under the API or under the lib and from the API file. Okay, so this is going to return us some data, right? You can destructure it, like you will have the data, the loading state, the error state, like everything. So here I will just say result instead of destructuring, and I will say return this result out of this hook. Now it is also recommended that you pass a query key. So just before the query function, I'll say query key, and this should be an array. Let's say something like products. So if you're wondering about this query key, like what this does, what is the meaning, it is like a reference and you can use it in a different part of your code base to call this query again. And this is something that we're going to do later in the video. Just know that this is a reference for this query and you can call it again just by using the query key, okay? So with this now, I think we can go under the home page and call this hook. So here I will say something like use products, call this, and we are going to get the data, right? And we can call this, like rename it to be products, and we can get the loading state, the error state, you name it, you can get everything. For now, let's save, and I will have a check. So I will say if you are in the loading state, go ahead and display a loading spinner, which is a component that we can create. Let's say JSX. It is going to be around 5 lines of code. So please grab it from the source code and paste this in. We basically have a loader icon and a loading text. Okay, so that's the entire component. And then let's handle the edge case if we have any errors, right? So I will say if we have an error, in this case, I will display an alert saying something went wrong, please refresh the page. And right after this, we can build the return statement. So first off, I'll get 2 different imports, some icons and then the link. Here I will have a div, let's say class name is going to be space y of 10. And then the first part is the hero section. You can copy this from the source code. It is only like design elements. So we basically paste this entire thing. It is the hero section. We have an image, which is the image.png, has some classes, and then some text with a link. So let's save and see the end result. This is what we just built in the home screen, right? And it is responsive as well. I just refreshed and we have some errors. Let's see. loading spinner is not defined. That's correct. Let's try to import it. If you are in the loading state, like this is what you're gonna get. Let me display it. Say if this is equal to true. So that's the loading spinner. And this is the hero section. Once you click to the button, it'll take you to the create page. Now here, right after this, we would like to display all of our products. And for this, we will create a component. So this is a product card, okay? And we are going to display all of them side by side. So first off, let's build this header. I'll just shrink the hero section, go right after that, and I will say products this time. And here I'll have a div. And within this div, we are going to have a heading 2. So I'll say h2 has this icon and then this text. And then we can go right after this one. I will say products.length. If it is equal to 0, which means we don't have anything in the database, we are going to return this part, else this part. And here, let me get the content. We will basically say there are no products, but if you want to create one, just click to this link. And in the else case, we can say something like, there are some products. So at the moment in the database, we don't really have any products. So we're going to get this UI, right? No products yet. But if we click to this button, we can go under the create page and create some products. So instead of seeing this part, okay, so let's for now return a product card component. So I will say div. I should close this properly. And this will get some classes. So I will provide this to you. So we're going to use the grid columns of 1, smaller screens and above, it'll get 2, larger screens and above, it'll get 3, right? This is how you make UI to be responsive. And within here, I will say for every single product, we would like to display a product card component. So super simple, nothing complicated. We just sent the product as the prop. And we would like to create this component. Under the components, I'll say JSX. Let's save and import it under the homepage. Now, even though we don't have any products in the database, we can still build this component. So this will be very, very simple because it is just UI elements, right? So we have, let me delete this. We have a card, we have the product image, a title, the description, we have a divider component, and then we have the author, right? The profile image as well as the name. So this doesn't have any logic at all. So for that reason, I want you to visit the source code, find this file under the components, okay? And just copy the content, then paste this in. It is like 50 lines of code, but nothing complicated. Let me walk you through it. So we just have one check. We say if this product created 1 week ago, if so, we are going to have a badge. So here it'll say something like new, okay? So it's going to have a text like new if it has been created in the last week. And this is how we do it. We say if it is new, just add a badge. Again, this is a component coming from DaisyUI. And the rest is just UI. It is a huge link that takes you to the product detail page. We have the image. You know, you can take a look at the rest. We have a divider, description, title, and then the user information. And then if there are some comments on this product, we are going to see the length, I believe somewhere here. Yeah, so that's the entire component. No logic at all other than just a return statement. So that's the entire product card component. Now let's go ahead and build the create page so that we can actually have some products in the database. So before we build it, I will go under the use products and I will create one mutation, and it's going to be called, let's say, export const create, actually use create product. So again, this is a custom hook. Let's go ahead and run this part. I will say, you know, let's say use mutation. Again, since we want to create something, we will be using a mutation rather than a query. And here our mutation function is going to be the create product call from the API, right? So we have, let me show you. So we have this one, which is, this one, which is a post request to our endpoint. Okay, so from here, we will get a result. We can just return it immediately, or you can do the same thing, assign it to a variable called result and then return it. It's the same thing. Here, I'll just keep it short and just say return the value coming from this. Okay, so let's save this file and go under the create page. Let me find it. So yeah, let's close these. And maybe just before we build it, I will do one more thing. So I want this page to be protected. I'll visit app.jsx. So I will say if user is not signed in, please do not return this page. So you will see what I mean. Let's get the is signed in field. And here I will say if user is signed in, okay, then they can visit the create page. But if they are not signed in, let's try to navigate them, which is something that you can import from React Router. It is this one. We will say navigate them to the home screen. Okay, so if user is signed in, they can visit create page, but else we're going to take them to the home page. And we will do the similar thing for these pages a bit later in the video. Okay, now here under this page, I will get the navigate from use navigate. You will see why in a couple of minutes. Then we are going to call our hook, which is use create product, and we're going to get the create product as the variable. Then I will have a form data. So if you want to create a product, you would like to pass a title, description, and image URL to your API. And then just before we build the return statement, I will say const handle submit, where we will get the event and do something within this method. Okay, let me show you the end result just before we build it. That's the create screen. We will have a link that takes us to the, back to the home page. Then we have a card, a title, and then 3 input fields. So super simple. Once you click to this button, you will basically call the handle submit method, and it's going to call our mutation. Okay, so let's try to delete this content. Here I will say last name maximum width could be large, and let's say mx auto so that it's been centered. Then within this, I will have my link that will take us back. So let's import the link as well as arrow left icon, which is this one. Okay, right after the link, I will have a div that has the class name of card and let's say background base of 300. Within this, we'll have card body. It should be like this. And within this, we will have card title. Let me paste this in. It says new product. Right after the title, we will have a form. And on this form, we are not going to have an action, but instead on submit event, where we'd like to call the handle submit method. Class name will be space y of 4, like this, and I'll say margin top of 4. Within this form, I will have a, let me paste this in. You can get it from the source code. Once again, we have a label with some classes. Then we have a type icon and then an input element, which is for the title. So we put the icon and then the input itself. Once you type into it, it's going to call this method and it'll only update the title field, right? It's going to keep the state, which is form data, but it'll update the title with whatever you type in. Okay, so that's the very first label. Let me just say, this is the title. Say title input. And then right after this label, we will have another one. This is going to be for the image input. Let's say image URL input. Again, I will get it from the source code, paste this in. It's going to keep everything as it is, but it'll update the image URL. And then if there is an image URL, we would like to put a preview, right? Here I will say right after the label, if we have an image URL, we're going to just display it. And here I'll say something like image preview. And then right after this, we are going to have the very last input, which is going to be a text area. And this is for the description. So we have some divs just to make it look nice, but please be aware that this has nothing to do with React, right? We just have some classes just to make it look nice. And here is the React part. I hope it is not really confusing. So with this, I think we are pretty much done with the inputs. Right after this, we can add the button. So here I will go right after the form control. Still within the form, I will have a button. And I'd like to paste this in. So this button will be type of submit, some classes, and it's going to be disabled if we are in the pending state. And then we will say if it is in the loading state, we are going to have a loading spinner, but else we are going to have this text that says create product. Okay, so that's the entire thing. Maybe just above the button, I will put one conditional check. I will say if we have some errors, just return an alert to the user that says failed to create, please try again. Okay, so that's the entire UI. Now let's scroll to the top, and here we would like to first say event.prevent default so that the form submission doesn't refresh the page. And then we would like to say create product, call the mutate method, and pass the form data. And then we are going to say if this is done successfully, right, pass an object and just say on success case, we are going to navigate the user back to the home screen, let's say. Okay, so here I will say in this case, go ahead and navigate the user to /home. And you could add the on error case as well if you wanted to, but I will leave it in this way. Let's give it a go. I will go here, create product. Okay, looks like we have some errors. It says why this is the case. Sparkle's icon is not defined. That's true. Let's find it and import it. Type icon is not defined. That's true. Let's try to import them. And do we have anything else? The image icon, let's also import it. And file text icon, which one is it? It's this one. Okay, so this is the end result that we just built. If you click back, you would be in the home page. Let's go here and actually create a product. So I'll say AirPods Pro 3. Let's put an image URL from Unsplash. I'll just search for AirPods. I'll say copy image URL or image address. Paste this in. Here you can see, we can see the preview. But if you had something like that is not correct, let me cut it, paste this in. So we can still get it for some reason. Is it like cached or what? Say images. Okay, so if the URL is not correct, as you can tell, we don't really get anything. I put X, but let's delete it and paste this once again. Okay, for the description, I'll say brand new AirPods Pro 3 for sale. If I say create product, notice how we are going to get a loading spinner. And then product has been created. As soon as it is done successfully, this method is going to run and we are navigated to the home screen. And now if we check our database, under the products, we have this product. Okay, so everything is working as expected. Let's try to create once again. Here I'll go ahead, say, AirPods again, put the same image URL, I'll say 1, 2, 3, create the product. Okay, it is just working. Now, just to show you that this is responsive, I will add another one. Okay, so I'll say third one, paste this in. Wait, how do I get the product image? Okay, I'll put something in. Let's say create the product. We got the third one. And by the way, you can see we have the new badge because it's been created within the last week. And if you try to shrink the screen, it'll be responsive. Okay. So with this, I think we can leave this section right here and try to commit our changes. So in this section, we have created two different screens, which is the home screen, right? The home page as well as the create page. And we have created some hooks, which are both of these. And then as you can tell, we have the product cart, loading spinner, and some updates under the app.jsx. And actually, before we end this section, let's try to protect some of these pages. So if user is signed in, they can visit the profile page, but else we are going to take them back to the home page. I will copy and paste and do the same thing for the edit product page. Let me zoom out so that you can see it clearly. Okay, now I'll try to actually see this in action. I'll go here, and this is the user button. I think I said I will show you, but I forgot. So if you visit the navbar component, we have a user button component that is coming from Clerk. And this is the, this is that hook, or the component, not hook. You can manage your account, update your profile. Under the security, you can delete it if you wanted to, and you can also sign out. So we just signed out, and if I try to visit the create page, unfortunately we cannot visit that, right? Here, as you can tell, like URL updates, I will say /create, but I am in the home screen. I think we should fix this. Like if we cannot visit the create page, this should be something like sign in model, right? I will find it under the home page. Here under the hero section, instead of saying something like go to the create screen, maybe this could be like not taking you anywhere, or it would be a button where we can see a model, right? So here I will say something like sign in button. Let's say mode is going to be equal to model. And I think we need to wrap this with a button. So I will cut this part, let's say button, paste this in, and get this class name, put it under the button. So it is the exact same UI, but if I click to it, this time I see a model. And I think we should have some margin top. Maybe here, let's say class name, margin top of 10. Okay, this looks a lot more cleaner. So with this, now I can commit my changes. I'll toggle the status bar, close everything. Let's create a new branch, something like home and product pages. Stage everything, create a commit message. And then hopefully publish the branch. Okay, we should be able to create the pull request. And as usual, let's wait for the code suggestions that will be coming from CodeRabbit. Alright, so as usual, it's ready after 3 to 5 minutes. Here are the new features that we have introduced, the quick summary, but I'm interested in the problems. I'll scroll to the bottom. We just have only one minor issue where I have a syntax error as usual. So under the home page, let's find it. So right here, let's close these. Okay, so here I have a typo. Let me fix this. And I was wondering why this did not get any space, right? So I'm going to delete this. And now we should still have the exact same spacing. And let's add our commit because we just have one change. Here I will add a commit message. Let's say commit, sync this up. And if you scroll to the top, refresh, now we should have two commits under this pull request. And then I'll say merge the pull request. Let's confirm. And then we can switch to the master and get the latest changes. This should update. Okay, so now our code base is up to date. With this, I'll see you in the next section. So in this section, let's get started with the product detail page. Here is the end result. We are going to have a back button. As always, it'll take us to the previous screen. Then we're going to have two different actions right here where we can delete the product and edit it, right? two different buttons. Then we have the product detail itself, and at the very end we have the comment section, right? So with this in mind, let's jump into VS Code. This is where we left. We will go under the front end, and under the product detail page, which is this one, we will get started. Here, just before we get into it, under the use products, I will create another hook where we can get a single product by ID, right? So I will say export const use product, and this will take the ID as the argument, and we're gonna run this part. So here I will say const result, just like what we have done here. Since we would like to fetch something, we're gonna be using the use query hook, and then this will take the query key. Let's say it's going to be product, and then we can pass the ID, and then we can have the query function, which is going to make the call to our API, right? So here I will say it's going to be a method where we can call get product by ID, right? So this is that method, which is going to send a get request to this endpoint. So here I will go ahead and pass the ID. Now we only want to run this query if we have an ID, right? So here I will say enable this. So this should be enabled only if we have an ID. So this expects you to add a Boolean value. So this is a string. Let's convert it to be a Boolean. And this is the trick in JavaScript. You would add 2 exclamation points, right? And this is what we call double bang operator. Like this. So this has nothing to do with React. This is basic JavaScript knowledge, and you can always double check it by taking a look at from Google. But all in all, it'll take this string value and convert it to be a Boolean, either true or false. And at the very end, we'll just say return the result. Now, instead of doing it in this way, I'll just say immediately return this part, which is a lot more concise. Okay, so that's our query. Now I'd like to have a mutation as well, where we can delete a product. So actually now I want you to pause the video and try to build it by yourself, okay? Call it as use delete product, just like what we have here, and then return the result by calling the use mutation. And for the mutation function, what you're gonna put, that's your challenge to find it. Okay, so pause the video and then watch my solution. I'll just basically paste this in. So we have use delete product. We are returning the value coming from use mutation. Let's even shorten this. And we are going to call the delete product method. So this will go ahead and send a delete request to our API. Okay, so these are the things that we're going to be using under the product page. Okay, let's go here and try to get started with it. So first off, I'll get a couple of different imports. Let me first get my icons from Lucid React. You can grab them from the source code. Then we're going to get the loading spinner. And then I will create one more component. Let's say comments section.jsx. For now, let's leave it as an empty component, like very basic. It says comment sections, and we can close that. And let's try to import it as well. Okay, so we're going to get the use auth import from Clerk. We're going to get both of these hooks that we just created, use product and use delete product. And then we will get 3 different hooks from, let's say, React router. So we will get 2 different hooks and 1 component. And by using this use prems, we can get the ID in the URL. So what do I mean? Here it says comment section is not found. Let's say this should be comment section, not comments. Or let's actually say comment section, and here I will say it should be comments in this way. Now we shouldn't have any errors. Okay, so if I click to this product, as you can tell in the URL we have an ID, right? So we can grab this by saying use prems and then destructure something. So here I will say ID. Now why do we say ID? That's because under the app.jsx, for the edit screen, this is how we, not edit, but product detail screen, this is how we called it. If you said this is going to be something like IDX, then you would come here and then say IDX, right? Just keep this in mind. Whatever you put here, you will be able to destructure it. And let's say console log the ID. Now you can open up the terminal, and here you can see this is the product ID that we have literally coming from the URL. All right. So that's the very first thing. Now I would like to get the user ID from Clerk. So this is going to give you the currently authenticated user ID, and we're going to be using it. Then we will get the navigate method, just like in the past. And then we can call our use product hook. So we're going to pass the ID, which is coming from URL, and it's going to return us some data. And here I rename it to be product because like this is a bit more cleaner code. I know that the data is a product. Then we have loading and error states. Then I will have my mutation. So I will say use delete product and get the delete product as the value. Now I will also have a loading state as usual. I'll say if you are in the loading state, go ahead and return a loading spinner. And just above that, I'll say const, and let's say handle delete product, let's say, or just handle delete, let's say. Okay, for now, let's leave it empty. Later in the video, we are going to fill this in. And then I would like to also check for the error state. So I'll say if there is an error or if there is no product, we'll say product not found. You can go home by clicking to this link. Okay, so pause the video, type this in, or grab it from the source code. Then here I will say const is owner. And this is how we can check by using the current user ID. So I'll say if user ID is equal to the product dot user ID. So if this is equal to true, that means we are the owner, and we are going to be using this variable in a couple of minutes. All right, now we can jump into the return statement. I will delete this content. Let's go under the div. It's going to get some classes such as maximum width of 4x large, mx auto, and space y of 6. Within this, I will have a div. Let's say the class name is going to be flex, items centered, and oops, it should be items dash center and justify between. And within this, we are going to have a link. So this is basically the arrow back icon. Okay, so this is what we just built. You can click to it and you would be in the home screen. And then on the right hand side, let me show you this. We are going to add our actions, right? So here I will get this for a split second. Right after the link, just scroll to the bottom and type this in. We will say if we are the owner, right? If is owner is equal to true, then render this part, which has the, the link where we can edit it, and then the button where we can delete the product. And then we have like check if we are in the loading state, we're gonna get a spinner, but else we're gonna see this trash icon. I think we cannot see it because why is this the case? Okay, so because we are not the owner, right? I am not signed in. And let's actually make this page to be protected. Here you can go under the app.jsx. You can say if we are signed in, then we can see this page, but else just navigate user to the home screen. I will zoom out, paste this in, oops, okay. Now you cannot visit the product details screen, but I think I'll just bring this back because even if you are not authenticated, I want my users to see this page. Okay, if you wanted to, you can make this page to be protected, and I just show you how you can do it, but I'm not going to be doing it. Okay, so let's try to log in right here. Now, once I sign in, you will see that we will have those buttons because I am the owner of this product. Okay, we have the loading spinner, and here we can see we have the buttons. So that means this is working as expected. Here, this button would be disabled if we are in the pending state, right? And on click, let's actually try to make this work under the handle delete. So I will say something like delete product, call the mutate method, and then I will pass the ID because this is what we're expecting, right? Like delete product is expecting an ID, and this is what we are doing. We are calling the mutate method, which is this one, right? This is exactly what we are doing. Call the mutate, which is yeah, once again it is this one. So we're gonna pass the ID and we will say on success you can navigate the user back to the home screen. Okay, now I would like to also ask a confirmation message. So I'm going to wrap this. Okay, so cut this for a split second and I'll say if confirm, and here we'll say delete this product permanently. Is this how we type it? Yeah, I think so. So I'll add a question mark and then paste this in. Now this will show an alert before deleting it, which is this one. If you say cancel, nothing would happen. But if you say delete, as you can tell, the third product has been deleted and we are navigated to the home screen. Alright, so that's working. Now let's visit the screen and build the rest of the UI. I'll scroll to the bottom. I think right after this div, so after the second div, you can shrink this and have another div. Here are the classes. And within this div, now I will have an image. Let me provide this to you. So it'll be within a figure element. We're going to display the product image and some classes. So that's the end result. It looks very similar to what we have here, right? Almost identical. Then on the right hand side, we are going to display the product details. Okay, so right after the image, go after this div. We will have the details. Let me just say this will be a div with the class name being card and maybe something like background base of 300. And within this, now I will have another div. Let's say it'll be card-body. And within this, let me provide you an h1 and I can zoom in, I think, right? So we will have the product title. And then we are going to have the product created at date. So right after the h1, paste this in where we have a calendar icon, the created at date, which is being formatted, then product.user.name. Okay, so this is the end result that we have. Let's try to build the rest of it. So after this div and after this one, give a little bit space, we're gonna have a divider element. Okay, which is this one, right? And then we are going to build the key tag, which is product description. Okay, go ahead and display it. Then we are going to say if product has a user, like of course it'll have, but just to make our code safe. So we'll say if product.user existed, go ahead and display the user image, right? The user image as well as the username. Okay, so this is almost the same thing that we have right here. And here is the code that you can either type or get it from the source code. Okay, so that's it. Now let's go under this curly braces and after these three divs, okay, just go right above the very last one and we're gonna have the comments section. So paste this in and import this component. Let's say comment section. I think we already have it, so this should be working as expected. Okay, so that's the end result. We are going to make this work just in a second, but just double check that you have the exact same end result as I do. Now, if you click to this button, it'll take you to the edit screen for that product, but this is something that we'll build a little bit later in the video. Okay, so with this, now we can jump into the comment section. So before we build the UI, we are going to build a custom hook, just like what we have for products, right? We will say this time use comments, and it's going to be a very simple file. So let me just get my imports first. We will have use mutation, and then from our API file, we're gonna get the create comment, which is this one that sends a post request to be able to create a comment. And then we have the delete comment method where we send a delete request, right? And then you can actually now pause the video and try to build it by yourself. So your challenge is to create this hook. Use create comment, which is going to be a function. And then you would return use mutation. So I just give you the solution, sorry about that, but we'll say mutation function is going to be create comment. So let's do the same thing for delete comment. We'll say use delete comment. And this time we're going to call this method. Okay, so that's it for now. Let's go under the comments section and try to get these hooks. So first off, I'll go at the very top and get 4 different imports, which is use state from React. From Clerk, we're going to get sign in button as well as the use auth. And then we're going to get the use comments, then some icons from Lucid React. Then here I will have is signed in state by calling the use auth. Then I will have the comment content itself. So when you type something in, right, this will be the state called content. We are going to store it. Then we're going to pass the create comment. We're going to call our hook to get the create comment. This is our mutation, right? We'll say create comment dot mutate in a couple of minutes. Then we can get the delete comment. So let's duplicate it and then call this as delete comment. Now here we would like to get a couple of different props. Under the product page, we are going to be passing them. So let's say product ID, which is equal to the ID that we are getting from the URL, right? So it's equal to this one. And then we'll scroll to the bottom. Let's say comments. We are going to pass the product.comments. And then we can say the current user ID, which is equal to the user ID value that we're just getting. So it is this one. All right, so these are all the props that we just sent. Let's try to get them. We'll say product ID. Let's say comments. This could be an empty array in case it is undefined. And then we can get the current user ID. So we're going to be using these values. So first off, I'll say handle submit method. We would like to prevent the default so that the page doesn't refresh. And then we are going to check if user pass anything to this input. So if it is empty, we cannot send a message, right? We'll just return out of this method. And then if everything is done successfully, we're going to call the mutate method by passing the product ID as well as the content. Now, if you take a look at this, under the mutation function, we're expecting both of these values, right? Product ID and content. So that's why we passed them in the first place. If it is done successfully, we're going to reset our state so that this UI would be updated. Okay, so that's the handle submit method. Now we can build the return statement. I'll just scroll to the bottom. Let's say this will get the class name space y04. Within this, I will have kind of like a header component where we have the message square icon and the length of the comments. So this is what we just built. And then right after this, I will have this check. I'll say if user is signed in, I would like to return this part, but else I'll return this part. Let's first handle this one. This is going to be a form element like this. And I'd like to copy and paste this, then walk you through it. It is like maybe 15 lines of code. Okay, so we have a form element with the onSubmit calling this handle submit method that we just created above. We have one input that is for the text content, and then we have a button that is type of submit. This would be disabled if we are in the loading state or if we don't have any content. And then we have the button content itself, right? Either a loading spinner or the send icon. Now here we will show something like you must be logged in to join the conversation, right? We are displaying the sign in button coming from Clerk. With this, I think we can see something. Okay, so we can type this in. Once we type, this is now enabled. If we don't have any content, it is disabled. And let's try to log out. Now we are going to see this UI instead, where it says sign in to join the conversation. If I click, now I can sign in. Okay, so while this is signing in, let's build the rest of the UI. After the curly braces, we will have one div. Let's say class name will be space y of this time 2. Let's say maximum height of 80. Okay, just like this. And then I'll say overflow y of auto. Now within this, I will say if comments, excuse me, I'll say comments length, if it is equal to 0, we would like to run this part, else this part. So here we will say something like no comments yet, be the first one. So 3 lines of code, nothing complicated. Then here we would like to say something like go ahead and say comments.map, get every single comment, and for each of them return some kind of like a component, right? Here we'll have a div. It should be in this way. So this will get a key to make the React happy, and we're gonna get some classes, right? So I'm using this chat start. This is coming from DaisyUI. You can always double check. Let's go under the components, search for chat. Okay, so it's this chat bubble UI, right? So this is what we have. Okay, so we are gonna give this class. Let me format this. Then within this, I will have one more div. This is going to hold the avatar of the user. So here is the end result, chat image, avatar, and then we have the image within this div. And then let's go outside. Okay, so here above this div, we are going to have one more div that is going to hold the username as well as the time when this comment has been created. So right after the time and after this div, we will give one more div. And let me actually paste this in. So it's going to be a div where we show the comment content itself, right? So right after this, we will have very last check. Let me grab this from the source code. Okay, so right after this, paste this in. We say if current user ID is equal to the comment user ID, which means if you are the owner of this comment. In this case, you can delete it. Once you click to it, it'll ask a confirmation message. Then you can call the delete mutation by passing the comment ID. Okay, so here is the content. Like it's very easy and we have done this multiple times. That's why I'm not typing this out rather I just copy and paste and explain line by line. I hope you guys don't mind it. Okay, so I think we are pretty much done with the entire component. Let's actually test this out. I'll give a little bit of space, by the way. Okay, so I'll go here in my application. I can add a comment. Let's say, hey, nice product. Send this. Okay, so comment has been added actually, but we cannot see it. We need to refresh this page. Once you refresh, here you can see the comment is right here. Now we will make it in a work that once you send it, it should immediately update the UI, but this is for a second, okay? Now we can delete it. If I say cancel, nothing would happen, but let's say okay, it's been deleted, trust me. Once you refresh, it is not here, right? But how do we make it that it automatically updates the UI? So it is actually easier than what you think. Let me show you how we can make that work. So we will go under our hook, which is use create comment. So here, once we create it, on success, we are going to do something, right? We are going to update the cache. So here, first off, you would like to get the query client by calling the use query client. Okay, so that was the very first step. Now, after that, we will go here. Let's say, just format this a little bit. Once we run the mutation function, if it is done successfully, we can call the onSuccess method, which is an arrow function, and we're going to do something inside. So here we can first get the data, which is something that we're not going to be using. So I'm going to skip it with the underscore, and then we can get the variables. So I'm going to say variables. And here we will go ahead and say something like query client.invalidate queries. Now, what does that mean? It basically means go ahead and run one query again. which is going to be this one. So just follow along with me, please. It's going to make sense. Okay, so we are going to call this query again, which is the current product, right? So once we add something, we want to refetch this so that we can see the latest comment, right? So we would like to basically refresh this data. We want to refetch it. And here is how we can do it. We will say, go ahead, find this query key and call that query again. And this is accepting an ID, right? It is including an ID, which is that product ID. So I'll say invalidate this query where it has this key called product, and then variables dot product ID. Now you might be asking, where is this product ID is coming from, right? If you take a look at the comments section, when we call the create comment mutation, we are passing two different variables. And this is how we can grab it. You can say variables dot product ID, and you can also see the content. Okay, so let's save. Hopefully this should work out. Once we add a once we add a comment, on success, we are going to refetch the product. So here I'll say 1, 2, 3, send it. Immediately it's going to reload my UI, right? And you can open up the network tab. Let's go here. Okay, I'll just add another comment. Once I send it, so as you can tell, first, let me maximize this. So first we sent the post request, right? Which is to create the comment. And then we invalidate the query, which is a get request. Here you can see that was a get request to our, product. I hope that makes sense. Now I want you to challenge, okay? I'll give you a challenge. Now you can do the same thing once we delete the product, right? So once you delete it, it should immediately update the UI. And here is my solution. I will go ahead, get the query client, and then on success, let's give all that space, format this nicely. Basically I'll copy this, paste this in, and here I think we can do the same thing when we call the delete mutation. Okay, so we pass a comment ID as the variable. So we can go ahead, grab this as comment ID. But that's the comment ID, right? We should pass the product ID because we would like to call this specific part. This is including the product ID, not the comment ID. So I'm going to delete this actually. We don't really need the variables or the data. Under the comment section, when we call this hook, we can pass the ID. So I'll just say pass the product ID. And we can grab it right here. And then pass it. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. We got the product ID as an argument, right? When we call this hook, which is getting it from here and then pass it directly right here. Okay, so that's the solution. Let's go ahead and test this out. I'll refresh. I'll try to delete this one. UI has been updated. Let's delete this one. And let's another one. Okay, so by the way, you can submit this by pressing enter as well. It just updates the UI. So this is the entire product detail page. Now let's quickly build the profile screen before we end this section. So this is like very simple. Let me show you. We are just going to have a title, right? And then we're going to have the new button. Once you click to it, it'll take you to the create screen. You see the number of products that you have and then all the products one by one. Okay, so like if we had more, this is how we would see it, right? And again, we are calling the delete method. We are calling the edit link, and then we have view link. Once you click to it, it'll take you to the product details screen. So this is like very, very simple. This is what we have done so far. For that reason, we can basically copy and paste the entire file. So I will go and find the profile page. Okay, find this file under the GitHub repo and then delete everything here. Just paste this in. I promise I'll walk you through it line by line. It is 90 lines of code, but super simple, nothing complicated. So first off, we have a bunch of different imports like the link, use navigate. We have our hooks where we can fetch our products and delete a product. Now this is a query that we don't have. We will create it in a second. Then we have the loading spinner and some icons. Now don't see this part. Let's try to build this hook pretty quickly. So let's say go right here and have a query called use my products. So this is the hook. We are going to return this part, which is a use query. Let's pass a query key. Let's say my products. And then for the query function, we are going to call get my products. So this should be it. That's how easy it is to build a query. And you already know this, right? So we can even shorten this, I believe, like if we wanted to. Okay, it is literally a single line of code. Under the profile page, we are getting the navigate method. We are getting my products, which is the currently authenticated user, right? Then we get the delete product mutation. Handle delete, we do the exact same thing by passing the product ID. And we are grabbing it from product.id, right? Then we have the loading spinner. We have this title section, which is this part. And then we're gonna have the total amount of products. So super simple, we just say products.length. And then we have, just in case if we don't have any products, we're gonna see this part where it says no products yet, be the one to have a product. And then we are mapping through the products, right? So for every single product, we will basically return this UI, right? Let's actually see this in action. Okay, so these are all the products that we have created. Let's try to delete them. Now, once you delete, the UI is not getting updated for some reason. And to be able to understand it, let's take a look at our code base. So here, once we delete the product, okay, we are not actually invalidating the queries, right? We have done it for the comments. So under the use comments, once we delete a comment, we are updating, like we are refetching the specific product. And here we will do a similar thing. So I will say const get the query client by calling this hook, use query client, and on success, I'll say on success, we would like to run this method where I can say query client invalidate queries. Here's the query key. I would like to basically rerun this query. And here's the query key, right? My products. Okay, so let's delete this space. And I hope this makes sense. Like once we delete the product, on success, we are going to refetch my products, which is this query. So if you here had something like my products 1, 2, 3 as the query key, then you need to type this in so it should match exactly. Okay, now let's do it. I'll say delete. As you can tell, UI updates immediately, and this is the empty state. Now let's try to add a new product. Here I'll say again AirPods 3, say Pro 3, image URL. I already copied it, and let's say something, create the product. Go under my profile. I can say view, which will take me to the product detail. Let's go back. I think this will take us to home. And if you say edit, it'll take you to the edit product page, which is something that we're going to build in the next section. But so far so good. We can create new products. We can see the product detail page, right? By clicking here, we can add comments, delete our comments, and we can delete our products. So that's like pretty much the entire application. We are just leaving, I think we just left 2 different pages, the edit product page, and I think we only left 1 page, right? We built the profile, product detail. Yeah, that's the only page that we need to build. So for now, let's close everything and toggle the status bar, create a new branch. I'll say this time we built the create page, and I think what did we build? We built the edit page. Sorry, I forgot. So we'll say profile page, profile, and product pages, let's say. Okay, now I will stage everything and create a commit message. Okay, so that's ready. Let's say commit, publish this, and create the pull request. Alright, so here are the new features that we have introduced in this section, such as the comment system on products, where we can create, view, and delete our own comments, right? And sign-in is required. Then we have the product detail pages displaying full information, creator profiles, and discussions. Then we have the enhanced profile dashboard for product creators to manage them, right? They can add more, they can edit and delete the current ones. Here we have the files and the summaries. I'll skip that. And let's see if we have any problems. Looks like we don't. So that's perfect. I can just go ahead and say merge this request. It's done successfully. Let's go back to VS Code, switch to the master, and then I'll just say sync this up. So this is going to get the latest code from GitHub. Okay. And we can double check by looking at the components. Okay, so that was the latest code that we have written. So with this, hopefully I'll see you in the next section. So in this section, we are gonna get started with the edit screen. It is very similar to what we have under the create screen, but this time, instead of getting an empty form, we will get the information about the edited product, right? So let's try to see how we can build it. First off, before we jump into the page, which is edit product page, we would like to have our hook under the use products. So I will go ahead at the very end. I will basically have a mutation where I can update my product. So super simple. We just say use update product. This is calling a mutation. And here is that method called update product. It is this one. We are passing the ID as well as the product data that we would like to update, and it's going to send a put request to our endpoint with the data itself, right? Okay, so that's the entire mutation. We will update it in a second if we need it. With this, now we can jump into the edit product page. So here, first off, I will get a couple of different things. So I will get the ID from prems, right? And this should be use prems. I don't know why I cannot import it. Let me get them one by one. So from the React Router package, we're going to get use navigate, use prems, and then the link component. From Clerk, we're going to get use auth, and from use products, we're going to get these two hooks, okay? Then I will get my loading spinner component. Then I can get the is loaded field as well as the user ID from use auth, and then I will get the navigate. So super simple. We have done this in the past. That's why I'm just copying and pasting. Then we would like to get the product, right? So we're going to call this hook. We're going to pass the product ID, and it's going to get a product by ID, right? So this is something that we have used in the product detail page, which is this one. Okay, so we will basically do the exact same thing. I will go ahead, paste this in. We are getting the product as well as the loading state. And then I will get my mutation, which is update product. And then we can add the loading state. So here I'll say if product is loading, right? I'll say is loading. In this case, we can return the loading spinner component. Okay, then I will have one more check right after this one. I'll say if there is no product, or if I am not the product owner, right? If product.userID is not equal to the current user ID, it is this one, then we will say, just go home. This is the link, and if there is no product, it'll say not found. But if we have the product, but we are not the owner, it'll say access denied. So this is that check. Right after this one, Now we can return the actual form, right? So we're gonna have a form with the title, image URL, as well as the text area for the description. So here I'll go ahead and return a component. Let's say edit product form. And this is something that we are going to create. Let's copy the name, paste this in .jsx, and this is the content for now. Let's try to import it. I will pass the product as the argument or the props. Then I will duplicate this. Let's say this is going to be is pending. And then I'll say, update product dot is pending. And then we will have the is error state as well. And then on submit, which is going to be a method, we will get the form data. Let me type this out correctly. So once user submits by clicking to this button, we are going to call this method, right? So here we will get the form data. And then we are going to run this part, which is update product dot mutate. We're going to pass the ID. This is what we are expecting. If you take a look at the mutation, this one, it expects the ID as well as the product data. So here I'll go ahead, pass the ID, and then we'll say format data, right? So we're going to spread this. Then what else do we need to do? Maybe I will add a comma and I'll say on success, we can navigate user to that product detail page. So I'll say navigate backticks. This is not single quotes, okay? It is backticks. I'll say slash product slash ID. Okay, so that's the entire component. Now we need to go ahead and build it. So edit product form, and I think we have an error. Here we don't really need to use is loaded, so I'm going to delete it. Okay, so here let's get the props, which is going to be product. It's going to be is pending state. It's gonna have is error as well, and finally the on submit method. Okay, so I will go ahead and get some imports. Like we're gonna get some icons from Lucid React, use state, and then the link component. So we are going to be using a form data for the state so that we can, store these values, which is title, description, and then I think the image URL. Wait, this should be image URL, right? This is title, and then this is the description. Let's go here. I will paste this in. We are basically having a use state with an object, and title is equal to product.title. So these are the initial values. And then we can build the return statement. So I'm going to delete this entire thing. Let's say we will have a div, class name, maximum width of large, let's say mx auto. Now, if you don't want to type this out, you can get the entire file from GitHub, from the source code. This is what I'll be doing, but I'll just go step by step. So we have the back button. Then right after this, we'll have a div, let's say class name. This will be a card, background, base 300. And then within this, I'll have one more div. Let's say this will get the card body class. And then we will have the card title, which is going to be an h1. It says edit product. Then right after this, I'll have a form. It's not going to have any actions, but on submit, we are going to call this method. Let's say we'll get the event. We'll say event.prevent default. And then call the on submit, which is something that we are getting as a prop, right? And of course, we have to pass the form data. Okay, so that's the entire thing for the form. Maybe we can add a class name like space y04 and margin top of 4 as well. Then within this form, the first input is going to be for the title. Here I'll have a label with an icon and then the input. It's required on change. It's going to update the title, value we have as the title, and some other props. So this is the end result. Let's try to see it. Maybe first I will create a product if I need it. Here, let's say product title. It could be, say, AirPods as usual. You can put any products, by the way. let's say pro3. I will get the image URL. Let's go with this one actually this time. Copy the image address, paste this in, and let's say very good AirPods. Okay, so it's been created. We can visit this page. We can say edit, and that's the title. As you can see, it is already filled in. Then we will go here. We will have another label. And again, I will just paste this in. This time we have for the image, type is equal to URL. And right after this, we can display the, image preview. So we'll say if form data has an image URL, go ahead and display this image, which is basically the preview, right? That's what we can see. But if you put in URL that does not exist, let's cut it, paste this in. Now it is not displayed because here we say if there is an error, just make the display to be equal to none, right? So basically it is not visible. And then we will have one more div element. Let's go right above the form, paste this in. So one icon and then one text area, which is going to update the description. And then if we have any errors, so go above the form once again. If we have any errors, we are going to display this part. And at the very end, we will have a submit button. Okay, so it says save the changes. Let's go here, refresh this page. And I'll say this time AirPods 3, let's say updated. And here I'll say updated description. Save the changes. We have the loading state. Now here we can see it's been updated. It just works as expected. So with that, I think we are done with this section as well. We are able to edit products, right? We can delete them, we can create them, we can see them under the profile screen, we can update the theme, right? I think this is one of the features that we built and it is looking very, very clean. So you can basically use any of them. And if you refresh, like here I selected lemonade, it is still going to hold that value. It's going to remember it because we are storing this under the local storage. So here I'll go with dark, refresh, come back, it is still the same theme. And it is working like without any issues. Now with this in mind, I think we can go ahead and commit all of our changes. And then in the next section, we are going to deploy our project. Let me see if I have any to-dos. Okay, I don't have. Let's open up the status bar, create a new branch. I'll say edit product page, stage everything, generate a commit message. Okay, come on. Once it is done, like I cannot wait to press this button. Here we go, publish it, and go right here. Cannot wait a single second. Create the pull request, and here you can see the details, by the way, if you scroll through it. Okay, as usual, I'll wait for these suggestions, and then we are going to merge this pull request. So as usual, we got the summary. Here are all the features that we have introduced in this section. You can take a look at it. Then the files that we have updated, and then the sequence diagram, like what happens if user visits the edit screen. First we fetch the product by ID, and then if product is not found, we throw some errors, right? We say product not found or access denied. But if user owns the product, we render it with the product data, and we pass the edit fields, right? We allow user to be able to edit the products. Let's take a look at it pretty quickly. Okay, just like this. And then if they say submit, we are going to send a success message and navigate them to the product page. Okay, so that's the sequence diagram. Very, very helpful. But we are mostly interested in the problems. So it says under the use products.js file, you could have added some cache invalidation. I think that's true. So on success case, we could go ahead and say query client.invalidate queries. This is what I'll be doing actually. I will get the query client. Let's copy it. go under the use products. Let's close these, kind of annoying, but that's fine. I will paste this in, and then here we will have on success, right? Let me format this a little bit. Okay, instead of typing this out, I'll copy it from CodeRabbit. I'll get the on success case and paste this in. So let's delete these plus signs. Now we are not using the data, so we can just add an underscore, and then we are getting the variables. From here we can get the ID for the product. Now you might be asking, why do we get ID? This is something that I have explained in the past, but let me do it once again. Under the edit product page, when we call our hook, which is this one, so we say dot mutate, and we are passing the ID, right? That's why we can grab that field. And if you delete that, we should be able to see that field. This is what we are getting. It is type safe. Okay, now let's try to see if we have any other problems. Looks like we don't, but before we merge this, we should update it. So under this same branch, we are going to add this, and let's have a commit message. Okay, so here it says we enhance this hook with query invalidation on success. Commit, sync this up, and double check if we got the second commit. Let's refresh once again. Okay, here we go. Scroll to the bottom and say merge this request. It's done successfully. Let's get into this one and get the latest changes. Okay, so that was the entire section. We are pretty much done with the entire project, right? So we have everything and it is working as expected. Now I think we can go ahead and deploy the project, and I will leave it for the next section. So I'll see you there. So in this section, we are going to deploy our project. Just before we write any code, I'd like to go under here. I have a diagram that I'd like to walk you through. So this is the current state of our application, right? We have an API that is running on localhost 3000, and then we have a React app that is running on 5173. Now, instead of deploying them separately, like having an API and a frontend in different URLs, like myapi.com and myfrontend.com, what I'd like to do is basically get both of them. So let me delete these. I'm going to get both of them and serve it from a single URL. Okay, so I will have my API and I will take my React app. Instead of deploying separately, I'm going to serve this from the same API. Okay, so we're gonna have only one URL. Let's say something like myapp.com. So this is a lot more convenient and easy for us to set this up. Okay, so once again, from the same domain, we are going to serve both our API as well as our React application. And let's see how we can make that work. Okay, so I think we can just delete this, but I'll leave it here. Let's go under the backend. First off, I will kill everything. And here we can see we have a bunch of different logs because like this has been open for hours and hours. That's why every single time we connect it, we get a log. But I'll delete everything now. I mean, kill every single terminal. So what do we want to do is this. Let's go ahead and delete the node modules because I'll show you something. Let's delete the dist. Let's delete this one as well. Okay, now why did we delete this? Because I want to show you something. We are going to deploy our application to a platform. Now in this case, you can use anything. You can use Savala, you can use Render, you can use Netlify, Vercel, any of them. You can use any of them. In my case, I'll be using Savala. Here, let's go ahead and take a look at it. They also give you $50 free credit, okay? So you don't have to pay to get started with. So I'll just log in a second. Let's try to log in with my GitHub account. And if you deploy it to Render, it'll be the same process. So you can follow along if you wanted to use Render as well. Okay, so Savala basically is going to see our code base. And here on GitHub, we don't really have node modules, right? So Savala is not going to have them. So we will add a script first off, they could install these dependencies. And here under the root, we will create that package.json file. So just follow along with me for the next 5 to 10 minutes, and then everything will make sense. So under the root, just say npm init-y. Okay, here we got a package.json file, and here we would like to update our scripts. So first off, let's delete this. Under the build, we are going to say we would like to install the dependencies for the backend and front-end folders. So I will say go ahead and run npm install under the backend folder. And here is how we can do it. You can just say -- prefix. It is going to run this under the backend folder, right? And once we have done this, we would like to run the same thing, but this time for front-end. So we'll say -- prefix and front-end. Let's save and give it a go. Under the root, I will clear this up. So here I'll say npm run build. It is going to install the node modules for backend and frontend, right? This is what Savala or Render or Vercel is going to be doing in their platform as well. So first off, they will get the node modules, and then we would like to build our frontend, because in production, you would say npm run build for the React application, and you would get an optimized version of this React app under the dist folder. So I know that sounds complicated, but let's try to do it. We will say once we have done this, we would like to, I think I'll just type this out. I'll say npm run build, but do it under the frontend folder. So I'll say -- prefix and frontend. Let's try to run this again. I'll say npm run build. You will see that we are going to get a dist folder. And here it says we just got a build in 2 seconds almost. Okay, so this index.html will be the optimized version of our front-end application, right? Okay, so we just built the front end. Now under the backend, we are using TypeScript, so we would like to build it as well. We don't have the dist folder, right? So I will do the same thing. Let's say, maybe I'll just copy it, right? I will copy this entire thing. I'll say end. This time we are going to run it under the backend. So this will go ahead, run this script where we have build. So I'll open up my terminal. Let's say clear this up. npm run build. So this is the command that Savala is going to run. Just before we run it, let me delete the dist, delete the node modules. Okay, so this is the code that we have on GitHub, right? Savala is going to run this. It's going to get the node modules for here as well. It's going to get the dist. Okay, and then it'll get the dist here as well. So we have written the entire API in TypeScript, right? But now it's been converted to JavaScript, because this is what you would run in deployment, right? In production. So here you can see, this is the code. It is looking a little bit weird, but it's basically the same code that we have written. This is the compiled version. Okay, so that was the very first step. We have our build script, and then we are going to have a start script. So we will say, okay, Savala, you got all these folders, you built them. Now you need to start our application. We'll say start command. This will say npm run start, and it's going to run it under the backend. Let's save, and we need to create this start command now, because it'll say npm run start, but we don't have it, right? So let's try to add it, maybe right here. I'll say start. And what do you think we are going to type here? So I think we are gonna run this index.js file, right? Because we are in production. We will say run the dist index.js file with the node command. Okay, so now we can save this, and then we can go into the index.ts file. So let me close everything. Here we just need to write around 10 lines of code for the configuration. I will import a package called path. Let's say import path from path. This is built into Node.js, so you don't really need to install it. Just go ahead and import that. So after all these API routes, right, we will say if we are in production. And how can you say it? Well, we can just say if node.env is equal to production, all lowercase. Okay, so if this is the case, we are going to do something. I will get a variable called underscore underscore dir name, and the value will be coming from path.resolve. So we will be using it in a second. Here I will add a comment. Let's say serve static files from frontend / dist. So we will basically make this folder to be our static assets, right? And Express has a middleware for it. This is how we can do it. I will say app.use express.static, and then we're going to be using the path.join method. So we will say use the dir name, and let me show you. Okay, so here we say basically go one up. We were here, right? We go one up. Now we are under the root. From here, we will go under the front end and then under the dist. Okay, so this is what we are doing. We are right here under the backend. We go one up, then under the front end, and then under the dist. Now this is our static assets. And then we will say any other request than these, we would like to display our React application. So I will just paste this in. We say handle single page application routing, which means send all non-API routes to index.html. So this is our React application. And this is how you would do it. You would say for any other requests other than these, basically send them the index.html file. Okay, now let's try to test this out without even deploying. I will say my node.env is going to be equal to production. So this is as if we are in Savala or render.com, right? I will open up my terminal. Let's just say clear. Under the root, let's say npm run build. It's going to build it once again. And then I will say npm start. Okay, server is up and running on port 3000. Now, if we visit here, localhost 3000, we are going to see this part. Okay, that's correct. I think we should replace this name. Here I will say something like /API/health. Okay, let's leave it in that way. I will kill this and rerun it again. npm start. Let's refresh. Okay, do we need to build it? Let me go ahead and build this again. Sorry about this. I just update this this endpoint. Now we'll say npm run build, and then we are going to rerun this. Let's say clear npm start. Okay, let's reload. Now we are getting our React application, right? Here it says frontend, and this is exactly what I have explained. Under the same single domain under our server, we both serve our API as well as our React application. So even though we visit localhost 3000, we still get our front-end application, and we are still able to create new products. Let's say product from production, image URL, we can just put anything. Let's say description, create the product. Okay, so this is required. Let me go ahead and get one. Okay, let's say create the product. Here we go. We are able to use our API as well as our front-end application under the same domain. So I hope that makes sense. Thanks to this if check, we are able to do it. So I would say our entire API. So at this point, I would say our entire code base is ready to deploy, but just one more optimization that I will add. So before we start our backend, I will say just before this, go ahead and run this part, which is npm run db push. And of course, we have to do it under the backend. So I'll say -- prefix under the backend. So we will deploy our latest changes to the database and then start our application. So believe it or not, that's the entire deployment process. Now we would like to push these changes to GitHub and then actually deploy it to one of these platforms, right? Again, you can use any of them. It's just up to you. Here I will open up I will toggle the status bar. Here I'll say create a new branch. Let's say deployment. I'll stage my changes. Get a commit message. Okay, it should be ready in a second. Let's say commit, publish this. Now, as usual, we can wait for the suggestions that will be coming from CodeRabbit, but I'm pretty sure we don't have any issues, so I'm not going to wait for it. If you wanted to, you can do so. Here I'll just say merge the pull request. So let's wait for this button to be enabled. Okay, let's say merge. It's done successfully. Let's go here, switch to the master and get the latest changes. Okay, now we can go ahead and deploy it in one of these platforms. Once again, feel free to use any of them. The process will be mostly the same. Okay, so here I will go under the applications. I will create a new application. I will say select the repository, which is going to be this one. So let me select it from here. Okay, I just selected. The branch is master branch and it's going to auto deploy whenever we have new commits. I will leave everything as it is. So in my case, I have some extra credits. This is what I got from Savala team in the past, but not for this tutorial. In your case, you will have around $50 for free. And here, go ahead, select the cheapest plan. Okay. Let's say create the application. And if you're using render, it'll be free as well, but it's going to be very slow at the beginning, right? When you first start the application. Here now, we would like to add our environment variables. So I will copy every single one of them. And I will go under the environment variables. First, I will say view. So this is the URL that Savala gave us, okay? So we are going to be using it in a second. Let's say environment variables. Just paste this in. Here, Node.env is going to be production. This is our database URL. Clerk publishable key. So we have port, secret key. For the front-end URL, now there is nothing called localhost, right? This was our own laptop. Here we would like to get this URL, which is our front-end URL, and just make sure to delete this / at the very end, okay? Now with this, I think we can just say add the environment variables. Okay, so this is done. I will go under the overview and we can say deploy now, but I just realized we are missing one more thing. And this is related to Savala. Here I will go ahead under the package.json. So maybe right after the main, I will have this 3 lines of code. We will say the engines and node should be version at least 20 or greater, right? So we are going to tell to Savala to use at least node version 20 or up, right? So with this, now let's try to commit our changes. I'm not going to create a separate branch. It is just a single line. In here, I will say engines field added to package.json, let's say. Let's say sync this up under the master branch. Okay, so I think it is done. Now, Savala is going to see our latest commit and try to deploy our application. This will take around 1 or 2 minutes. Once it is done, I'll just be right back. And while this is deploying, I would like to show you how did I learn about this engines field, right? So first I have deployed this application and I got some kind of an error that says your Node version is not really compatible, okay? So, and then I went under the settings. So I scroll to the bottom, we have the build strategy. Then I said, let me just try to update it to see something related to Node. Then I said, okay, this is what we are using. Let me just click here. And then I search for Node. Okay, so let's say Node. Okay, so here it says you can use the version 20, by doing one of these. So it says you can specify the engines.node field in package.json. And then I said, okay, I gotta go here, update the node field, and use at least version 20. Okay, so that was my thought process. Just in case if you're wondering, how did you learn about it? How do I learn about it? It's basically taking a look at the error message and trying to understand step by step. And I was able to find it, from the nixpacks.com website. Okay, so that was the process that I just wanted to mention. And let's wait for this to be done. While I was talking, it's done. Let's click. Okay, so here still we see 404, but we just need to wait a little bit and refresh. This should be ready in a second. Like, hopefully. Let me just say view once again. Maybe let's take a look at the logs if we have any errors. Server is up and running. Do we have any errors? It says using PG driver for database. What does that mean? Not found. So it looks like we got one error from, but at the end it says server is up and running. Let's try to reload. Hopefully it should be live. So at the beginning it takes like maybe 1 minute until it can set it up. Let's take a look at the terminal. Missing publishable key. Okay, that's right, because under the front end we also had some environment variables, right? So I will copy this and we have to add it. Now, of course, there is nothing called localhost, so we have to get this URL, delete this part, paste this in, and just make sure you have API at the end, because this is our front-end URL, right? Or the API URL, actually, my bad. So it's going to have the /API at the end. Let's say add these environment variables and deploy it with the latest changes. Again, this will take a bit of time. Once it is done, I'll just be right back. Alright, so it's done. Let's try to reload. Hopefully this time we are not gonna get that error. I'll open up my terminal. Here it looks like we have a different error. It says internal. Let's see why this is the case. Failed to get products. Let's try to reload once again. So I think I know the reason. We are gonna go under the Savala once again, under the environment variables, where we have the database URL. Let's try to find it. It's this one. I will say maybe edit it. How can we edit this? Okay, here I'll say update. Now we need to delete the codes, okay? So this is something that I forgot to do. We're gonna delete the code and say update the environment variable. Hopefully with this change, it should work out. I'll say deploy, because if you don't delete that, if you don't delete that codes, it becomes the part of the connection string, so it fails. That's what I believe. Let's try to see if this is going to fix it. If not, we'll see a different solution. Now, I'm really glad that we are encountering all these errors so that I can show you the, real world approach, right? How do we do it? How do we fix the problems one at a time? Okay, now let's go under the overview or the deployments. Wait for this one to be completed and then we will check it out. Okay, so after 2 minutes, it's been deployed. Let's try to visit this application and we can see the data is already here, which is like it is getting fetched from the database. So that means it is actually working. Once again, that was the problem where we had some codes in the database URL, and Savala thinks that codes are part of the connection string, right? So when you have them, it thinks that this is the connection string, but not really, so we have to delete them. Okay, just keep this in mind. Now with this, we are able to, let's say, sign in. I'll go ahead and sign in with my Google account. Okay, so we are logged in. We can see our products. Let's add a comment like ABC. It's right here. We can delete it. I'll say okay. UI has been updated. Let's say I would like to edit this. Let's bring this back. I just delete the updated text, and we can delete this part, save the changes. As you can tell, it is working. We can delete the product itself. Okay, it's been we have been redirected to the home screen. We can update the theme. Let's go with this one. And under the profile screen, we can see all the products that we have. Let me just zoom in. We can view that product. We can edit it. And we can delete it if we really wanted to. Now, just before I end this tutorial, you might have a question like under the backend.env, we have the codes. How does that work, right? So this is the behavior of .env in our local environment, but a platform like Savala or Render, they might not understand it, right? So it's fine if you have the codes in development, but you shouldn't have them in production. And here I have deleted that one just to be, consistent. And here, let's convert this to be development because this is in our local machine. This would be production only in a platform like your, let's say your live environment, right? That could be like Savala, Render, Netlify, you name it. We got the point. Here we can see it's equal to production. So with this, I think we have completed the entire project. Now, I was expecting this to be a lot shorter, but since we get into the details so much that it became, I think, around like 3 or 4 hours. I hope you enjoyed the entire tutorial. Like, we have learned how to build an API with TypeScript, with Node.js, and connect to a database like, Postgres. And then we have learned how to use an ORM like Drizzle, how to write queries, what is a schema, how to create relations. That could be one-to-one, one-to-many, so on and so forth. And then we built a front end. So yeah, overall, I hope you enjoyed it. If so, let me know in the comments. And with that, hopefully I'll see you in the next one.